You're so funny. Good morning. It's good to see everyone back again. I'll call to order the City of Douglasville's City Council Budget Workshop Day 2, and I will turn it over to the Finance Committee Chair, Councilmember Mark Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will start our second day of staff presentations for the proposed budget for 2021 and 22. And I understand Ms. Callan informed me we will have some changes in the schedule. Where we will change things around and do the legislative, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Last today rather than first, so that everyone hopefully can be here. So with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager and Ms. Karen Callan.
All right, well, today are your smaller departments, but you'll see a consistent theme of kind of keeping things simple and not adding many things to the budget unless it's required or needed. And as the chairman said, we're going to hold back legislative. You have two of your colleagues, Councilman Watts and Danley, who won't be here until after lunch. So in order to make certain that we're able to discuss legislative budget with them, we'll wait until then. So first department's up, clerks and legal.
Good morning, Mayor and elected officials. Candace and I would like to thank you for being able to present our budget to you this morning. And our personnel is just made up of us two for right now. And our goals and objectives, our continuous objective is to continue to have annual trainings of our agenda software and information about the basics of open meetings. And also to continually track the contracts and agreements that are approved by the elected officials and signed by the mayor and city manager. We will, in 2022 through 2024, we will continue with certification programs with the Georgia Municipal Association and the Georgia Records Association. Performance goals, our projections for our agendas being distributed as of right now is 22 and may go up to 150 within our projection. Projections for our contracts is 200, and for our minutes approved, 50. A number of our open records, 500. We're at 121 now. Number of our records destroyed, projection is 300, and our clerks certification education classes to attend maybe up to 10. In our expenditures, we have two areas that have increased, and that is the other professional services. And I'm going to do a breakdown of why. The main portion of this line item increase is $13,807, and that's budgeted for the Laserfish records management module. As you can recall, in 2014, we adopted the Georgia Archives retention schedule. This module that we are hoping to get will aid us in our housekeeping for our records retention, which falls in line with one of our goals and objectives. 1,000 is for the DC Board of Commissioners voter registration, which remains the same and has been that way for years. $8,525 is for our supplements for our Code of Ordinances by Municode. This amount, it can change due to our normal code or housekeeping changes, but has been decreased compared to previous years because $2,795 is being paid by the Human Resources Department for their PPP code changes. $9,962 is for our web hosting, our scanning, our Laserfish document repository software. But $2,394 of that will be reimbursed back to our department because other departments will pay for their use as participant users. And And then the last thing is $6,120, and that's for our GovQA module. That's where we track and fulfill our open records. And by our contract, this particular vendor increases 5.5% annually. The other increase was our education and training. Our training budget has been increased to $3,500. We do plan to continue to utilize any online opportunities for clerk training that are offered by GMA and Carr Simpson. The increase is just in case we must attend any required events that are not available online. Our other line items have decreased or stayed the same. Do you have any questions?
One thing I do want to point out in the clerk's budget is the elections expense. So if you all remember, Ms. Acker mentioned to you that the election superintendent is asking for information on whether or not if we're going to go out for a GO bond, if that election is going to be in November or in the spring of next year. Regardless, you still have to include it in this current fiscal year's budget. Ms. Acker, they're estimating about $50,000 per election. So that's for your upcoming municipal election as well as any special election that you may hold.
Does that cost stay the same regardless of where the bond issue falls?
I think
I think it does.
yeah, I think per election, because especially if you have the cost may be a little bit less, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Vicky, if it's attached to the municipal election because it's already set up. But if you do an off-cycle one, you're actually setting up a whole new election.
Right.
So you
Okay.
budgeted for 2.
That is
Yes.
correct.
And we need to make that decision by June.
Yes, you'll adopt your budget before. So, the choice is really or not whether, you want to just stay conservative and allow yourself some leeway and leave the funds in there. But that shows the bulk of the increase in the clerk's office budget is for that election.
So if we decide to do it not on this cycle of elections, will we make the Jesse Davis, will we make that transition, or we have to wait until the following year to start?
If you decide not to do it in the fall. I think if you get beyond June and you don't really give the election superintendent any direction before, I would say October, you probably missed your window.
He was very adamant about knowing by June.
Yeah.
And then I would assume, for you guys, I would think you probably would not want to get entangled with what may happen in a state election next year. You probably want to, stay clear of that. So I would say, anything dealing with the city, you probably want to stay on your city election or something just completely separate.
So the 2 choices will be November or then the spring.
That's correct. Unless you all just decide, hey, I'll go for it and go with the county state election next year. Yeah. But if you adopt your budget, with the 100,000, just know, if you choose to say, hey, we're gonna, include it with the November election, we would just basically do a budget amendment, or that money can go towards something else. So it doesn't hurt you, just know that additional 50,000 is for a spring election.
So from a political perspective, we may want to look at spring, but from a fiscal conservative perspective, we probably need to include it in November.
Yeah, I think, if you look at things
Yeah.
traditionally, I know what Mr. Dawson has said, but I think that you all know the last few election cycles in the last 5 years have been very different than Douglas County has seen. Voters are not necessarily voting the way that, individuals expect. Very different than your counterparts at the county and at the state level. Your voters are not typically voting along party line. They're voting along issues because you all are, the advantage that you have is that you don't run on a party ticket. So typically people who support those in municipal elections are supporting the person. So that's the benefit you have. So I do remember when we had the general obligation bond for the police department, people voted for the police. I mean, they voted because they felt like that was a project that they could support. So I would say, regardless of where you place it, I think any voter going to the polls for that benefit would be going either against are for that park project. And so, you know, for those who are just for the balance of the council, I do agree. I think you have to hedge on, you know, does it, adding that type of project, take away from your colleagues who are running or your potential incoming colleagues who may be running? Does it take away from that?
Comments?
Well, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I would say that council should say something to the city manager, whether they want November or spring. I need to do that within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Just so we'll understand.
And I'll just say, and I don't think it hurts on an off cycle. I don't. I just think it's the down thing that you get is voter turnout. So and that can work in your favor or against you, as you know. Sometimes low voter turnout doesn't work in your favor. They won't, you know, the voters against it come out versus the ones in favor.
That's right.
So then for that reason, you would suggest that you may get a better outcome in November than in the spring?
You know,
I'm just playing devil's advocate
Yeah.
here. I'm not up for re-elections.
well, I would say, and then this is just talking in the past, you know, Councilman Davis, I'm gonna speak about you and Ms. Danley. In both cycles, you all have run unopposed. I don't know who will run against you if there is, but you know, you all, not that any of you all don't, but definitely in your ward, you know your constituents, you know the individuals, you know, grassroots. And again, that's the advantage of being at a local level. They come out to support the things that are important. Are they deemed important for their district? So the question would be, you know, does the balance of the north side and then everyone else in the city feel the importance of improving Jesse Davis Park? I will say that the Parks Advisory Board, I've talked to the prior chair, Toby Foster. Apparently that's one of the things that they've talked about a lot is the improvements of the park. So I think you have the advisory board who would work on your behalf. You all can't get out and campaign for it, but your advisory board could. So it may be a conversation to have with those members to see where they feel, to see if they're willing to go out and push that, whether it's in a March or November election.
I like the November election because people go get out. That's what they do, vote. It's summertime, on vacation, or I forgot. Okay, I'm fine with November. When you got it going on, you can do it.
To me, it just seems like we need to make a financial decision rather than a political.
Well, but then, and I
But
personally
again,
agree with that,
I'm
but
like
then
you,
I don't have a dog in
I'm
the
not
race, okay?
in
So
November, so.
those council members that are
Right.
running, and of course, Sam, you're one of them, right?
If I win, I win. If I lose, I go on vacation.
There's your campaign.
Yeah.
I agree with Sam. You know, I don't think, politically, I don't think it helps me in my ward, but I think there's a lot of folks that are just grumbling about any penny we spend in the city, they're gonna grumble about. But I agree with Sam. If I win, I win. If I lose, I go on vacation.
That's right.
And I have lost.
See, Sam, you know, I can go find someplace to go together.
Yeah. I'm confident in my colleague, we can take it off. I'm confident in that.
I was just gonna say, in 2015, I ran into SPOS, and that was really a gamble because we had not had a SPOS passed in many years, and it overwhelmingly passed. I think 92, the completion of 92 is paramount. It's gonna be really simultaneous with the election in November and fall. So the area, people that are really affected, you know, will be excited, I think. I think the momentum is there, that they're seeing things and they'll get really, really
And
excited.
it's the other thing, we're sort of on the tail end of what's happening. So you're absolutely right. Everything that's going on, right? A good bit of what's going on is affecting the north side. So the north side is going to be very energized by it, but our station still has to wait for Highway 5 study and what's going on with the mall and all this stuff, and coming off the controversy of the townhouses. And then
Yeah,
they're a little ornery these days, but it is what it is, you know. So, but as I said, the better decision in terms of finances is to hold the election, hold the referendum on the same day as election. I'm all for that. That's fine. This
So
is,
we've heard,
I don't assume
we've
it is
heard from
confirmed.
2 elected officials that are up for reelection. What
So
about you, Ms. Miller?
I agree that from a financial standpoint, it makes a lot more sense to go ahead and combine them. I mean, especially coming out of a pandemic and we're looking at trying to decrease budgets where we can. And it just seems absurd that we would spend money on a second election. I think that education will be key, and I know that it is easy to get caught up in some of the naysayers, but there is still a whole group of people out there who are going to cheer for this. They've been waiting so long for this. Our community is looking forward to the redevelopment of Jesse Davis Park. And I feel like while people are already out voting, then it just makes sense to go ahead and include it.
What we can do, Mr. Chairman and Mayor and Council, we can start promoting once we do the final presentation and know, okay, this is exactly the plans, we can start promoting no different than we did from the town green. Now, we'll have to back up once you start the process of the GO bond, and we can, of course, go out and vote. But what I will say, and Karen remembers this, the SPLOST that have failed because of a project. It didn't fail because of the tax. The YMCA SPLOST, that failed because of the YMCA. It did not fail because of the tax.
there was so many things on there. There were like about 20 different things. And
Yeah.
all somebody had to do was pick one thing they didn't
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and that was the reason to vote against it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, when you typically have things like that, the voter is voting against a project. They're, yes, you have the naysayers on the tax, but quite often here in Douglasville, Douglas County, it is literally a vote against a specific thing. When a jail can pass, that tells you the voters are voting for a project. They're not voting based on, the tax itself.
Gold's Gym campaign against.
Correct.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you think about all the things that have happened, so that's why I said, if, we get out, I think, Councilman Miller is correct. You have just a lot of people who are feeling as if that park can use an uplift. Of course, I travel that route every day. So when you're at that light, that's what you see. That's the primary park that you see on the entrance. So, but again, it definitely is a decision for you all. Who you want November, we can communicate to the clerk's office, to the superintendent, that we'll prepare for that. And Karen can get Raymond James to come in and talk to you all about what that looks like.
So, Madam City Manager, we have 3 of the 4 council members here that are saying that they would like to go forward in November. Do we want to hear from, I don't know why I'm monitoring this, I'm the finance chair. But anyway, do we want to wait until
I think when you talk
Hear from
legislative
Dr. Dan.
this afternoon,
Absolutely.
you all will have your 2 other colleagues this afternoon. We can finalize it, and I'll get with Ms. Vicky.
I don't think there's
tomorrow.
gonna be any different opinion, but,
if she were to disagree, she's out number 3 to 1.
Yeah,
so
right.
Whatever. Okay, I'm just trying to move on as far as time, if that's okay. Any other comments?
So I'll say if there is consensus this afternoon, or at least the balance to move forward, then what we can do is adjust that budget down, 50,000.
Okay. Anything else?
I was just gonna thank the clerk's office. You all do a wonderful job. I know you have a lot to do and a lot to manage, and we couldn't govern without you. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thank you, Ms. Vicky and Ms. Candace. It's a comfort to look back there and see you in council meetings, and we know before we get there that you've done a whole lot of heavy lifting. So thank you so much for what you do every day. Ms. Vicky, did you just receive some accommodation?
Yes,
Make your
oh,
announcement.
come on.
It was a senior training, educational training with the Georgia Municipal Association.
Congratulations, and like my young people online, doing it online can really be more challenging sometimes if you don't have that interaction. So congratulations for having the determination and discipline to do something online and become certified. Congratulations, give a
We
round.
love
And Madam Mayor, one thing I'll say about Ms. Vicky, but if you notice the difference, Ms. Vicky does not like to do public presentations.
I know, she did a great job.
So, and that was part of her final presentation, that she had to make a public presentation.
You did really well. She's one of the silver fox too.
Loving it. No more tie. Thank you.
That's all we have,
All right.
the clerks. You wanna go,
All right, Ms. Lynn, all on you.
The new kid on the block.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council and City Manager and Karen and Shane for coming together and talking about the department's budget for the fiscal year 2022. For the upcoming fiscal year, you'll see that we'll have something new, which is we would like to hire a new paralegal. We have not identified a person yet, but that's part of the plan and goal is to have legal department to be able to kind of start documenting processes and be able to divide some more mechanical functions to another person other than myself, so I can focus on more of the strategic things that goes on in the city. So you'll see in our budget, everything above the line that says legal that relates to employees' compensation and benefits, that will reflect, the increase will reflect that new paralegal position. And also some of the decrease is attributable to Ms. Susan Littlefield's departure. And if you look at the legal line, you'll see that we have a budget of $110,000. And I just want to remind you all that in the upcoming fiscal year, we will be dealing with lost and SDS renegotiations that would require more consultation with Mr. Dodson and outside counsel as well. So that would make up the increase in that category. For other professional services, in line with the goal of documenting the processes of the legal department and to work with other departments that consistently and constantly have contract needs, we would like to add in a contract management system, which will cost about $20,000. But I think this will really help in the sense of helping each department that constantly has a contract need to be able to, number one, be able to work on the contract as a for the first pass, so that they can incorporate the provisions that they truly need and the scope of work that they truly need. And then be able to follow the flow of the contract and see where they are. Have they been countersigned by the vendor? Have they been reviewed by legal? And when can they expect it to be on the agenda to be voted by mayor and council? Or is it ready for the city manager's signature? And I think this will also help the staff in each department understand the process a little bit more. And it will really help to document process just in case there's a change in employees' position, things of that nature. For settlements, we're decreasing our settlements this year because we kind of go by an estimate of planning to settle for a case that's filed. Say in year one, the case is filed, then we would anticipate the settlement being made in year 3. So it takes about 2 years before a case is ripe enough or has been progressed enough to get to the place where we can sit down and figure out a number to settle with a plaintiff. And so far, for a case that has been filed in 2019, we only have 1 of those. We may have to adjust our budget according to how much we actually get approved to settle for, but this is what we're looking at right now, just based on the number of cases we have that are active for 2019. For other purchases and training, we kind of left it at, we're requesting $4,500 to account for the GMA training that we anticipate to happen in August. So that should encompass the board lodging and the training fees. And also, I as an attorney, I have to satisfy 12 CLE credits every year as well, so that would include that. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Ms. Woodward, I just need a clarification. We have a large reduction in the full-time employees line item obviously because of the time when both you and, Ms. Littlefield were with us, and now that will drop off in the coming year. But where did you say you had included the paralegal salary? Is that under legal or is that under that regular full-time employee?
That's under regular full-time employee.
Okay, so that potential salary is included in that,
Right, and it's budgeted for half the fiscal year.
half fiscal year, okay. Thank you. Anyone? Thank you. Very good. Appreciate your input. Anyone have any question or comment? Moving right along.
Next one, Mr. Chair. Chelsea does the city manager's budget, so she tells me what I can get and what I can't.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Of course, City Manager's Office, we have 6 individuals currently serving, listed under the City Manager's Office, myself, City Manager Marsha Hampton. We will have a graduate fellow that will start in July. Of course, Ms. Emily Hardaway, Jason stole her away. She's now the new community outreach coordinator. So we will have a graduate fellow starting in July, so we're excited about that. The mayor's executive assistant is also listed under our personnel, our receptionist, as well as Ms. Kristen Tate, the operations coordinator, for a total of 6 individuals in our office. For goals and objectives, our goals and objectives are pretty continuous. Of course, we want to promote increased citizen engagement and transparency. We also establish, revise, and identify any new ordinances, education and training, so we can promote any departmental compliance and certifications. We also make sure we keep an ongoing citizen database that's continuous. We meet the goals and objectives that Mayor and Council set forth every year in the strategic planning session. Always to provide exceptional customer service, as well as one new goal and objective I want to highlight this year is to provide proper fiscal guidance and planning related to funds received regarding the public health emergency. So that's the CARES Act funding, as well as the American Rescue Plan funding, whenever we receive those funds. As it relates to our performance measures, the projected ones for 2022, of course, we project that we will, or anticipate that we will complete 14 of the 14 goals you all established in February when we had the strategic planning session. We will have about 18 participants for this year's Dose of Douglasville, as well as the number of departmental certifications. We project that we'll have 3. Of course, we had the police department, as well as Mr. Greg Roberts talk about, they will be starting their certification as it relates to their departments. So hopefully in the upcoming in 23, we'll have 5 that we can place, but right now we currently have 3 departments that have those certifications. Number of customer service complaints, we project that we'll have 0 in the upcoming year, as well as the number of ordinances adopted by Mayor and Council, we'll project that we'll have 63.
How do you project you'll have 0 customer complaints?
Because we strive to have exceptional customer service. And the one complaint that you see in 2021, of course, we had an unprecedented year with the pandemic. So from all the calls, there was one call that made it to the city manager's office. So but we were happy it was only one. Our budget is pretty straightforward, of course. Shane, if you just move down, yeah. Regarding pest control, of course, city manager's office, we handle the pest control for the entire city hall. It's only $240. Our equipment and maintenance, that goes to our copier machines, which was a decrease of 2%. Our postage and shipping, of course, it increased about 40% this year, just with the increase of postage and shipping. As well as our dues and fees, that was an increase. Of course, over the last year, we've seen that a lot of our professional organizations, they've increased their dues by $50 or $100. So that's where that 28% increase came from. And of course, that huge jump in education and training. Of course, across the board, our training was $2,500 last year, but this year's increase. And one thing to note is that in that actual $32,000 amount is because we had to budget twice for GMA. GMA is in August and then it'll be again in June. So that amount is for myself and Marsha, but it's a double amount, but it also takes care of the other 4 individuals in the city manager's office as well. As it relates to general office supplies, there was no increase there. The slight increase, or well, 66% increase that you see in operating supplies is because we do have a new graduate fellow coming on in July. So that's for their laptops, phones, cell phone, for them to be able to work fully when they get here in that capacity. as well as a slight increase in natural gas. Other than that, we do have $4,000 plugged in for Citizens Academy. I anticipate that being a hybrid, so have in-person, have virtual, and we always budget about $4,000 for that. Making a total increase, I believe, for our budget for that 6.7% change.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions regarding the city manager's budget? Thank you.
Ms. Chelsea, I was just gonna tell you, you have
Yeah, don't
18, that
pause
was
for
fast. You was driving the speed limit. You have 18 for the Citizens Academy?
Yes,
You already have those folks?
well, we had 18 that just graduated, and then probably in the last 4 years, we've averaged about 18.
When is it going to start the new rotation?
So this year, our plans are started in August.
Okay,
So it will run from August to November.
all right, I have a person for you.
Yes, ma'am, send them over.
And just to know, in education and training, one of the things that Chelsea and I have talked about, and we kind of do this now, if the training is offered virtually, one of us may attend virtually, one of us may attend in person. We both have our credits that we have to have our credential manager accreditation we have to maintain. The other is I end my presidency for GCCMA at the end of December. So I've already warned her, I'm backing off on several of these places that I have to go. GMEBS requires a lot of attendance, and that membership on the GMEBS board is for another 8 years. So that it's just a lot. So as I taper off, she'll pass on. Another 8 years, yeah.
Someone said you're doing your exit.
Yeah, I am building my exit plan. But yeah, so as we taper off, so we may or may not use that. And is the membership in TLG in there, or did we take it out?
Yes, TLG is in there.
And TLG is Total Local Government. It's an association like, very similar to the International City County Managers Association, with the exception that they allow membership for any member of the city. So that membership that we pay for is for all city employees. So that's embedded in that 32,000. So you don't have to have an individual membership. You pay for one for the organization, and it covers any employee to go to any of those trainings. And we did notify HR to be here at 9:45 since we've moved legislative. So if you all want to take just a brief break, they'll be here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, you're gonna be close.
Where she will.
Let's do it. Good to see you, Michael. That's what we're on.
Look, that's her technique to graze.
Yeah.
Bill used to, what Bill used to say? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. That's what he used to do, just great. He used to tell me I would do something, basically counsel. What is Greg talking about? Next. No, I did not. Okay. Good. Which I didn't have time anyway.
It's gonna be 2 pictures. Yeah, they should like schedule an exhibition here, so there's a good reason to be down there.
Good morning, how are you? I'm going to do that. I'm hearing that.
I know.
Right, yeah. I love that. He got away from it.
Then I get the concept.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, me too.
Chris is laughing, no butter, cheese. No cheese. Oh, God, I love it. Oh, God. Now, what I make, what I do sometimes though, is saute a little bit. And put in it. The downside, I get rid of I know. Actually, I don't go back to jail. So. Come May, I'm be back running. Like, oh, something, but yes, no, came back out. The fact that he had I'm pretty certain. Yeah. I laugh about it. And almost cry. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Honestly, I think it's kind of like merge. The world has a way. It's gonna be- there's something behind that. I love it. That's it. It's how long we live.
So you still got. Well, we need to start filing up the campaign. It's very tough. Yeah, and then you just go to our door. Yeah. And you know, get a lot of, what about sidewalks? But you've been very visibly and vocally. You know, fighting for them, so it's not.
So that's actually a good coincidence.
I've been doing this a while. The relationship I have with how I live my life. Which is going to be. Everybody thought Yep. That's good. Yep, succeeded. I'm telling you, if you look at what she has on that list of first conversation, yeah, I agree.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, for sure. But look her up on Facebook. Look at her list of what she accomplished. Jesus.
Yeah.
These people remind me of where it was 4 years ago. 4 years since I was in Orlando. Oh. This is shocking. We went to Disney World. Took us which is perfect place for a Disney dog. It was behind the scenes. In a compromising position. Yeah. Yeah. I will not be ashamed of that. I thought about it. If we haven't seen it, yeah. How nice it would be.
June.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's-
Okay.
it's emergency services. Incredibly expensive. Second.
I know.
It was kind of interesting. It's all color coded. Employees have to-
Yeah, giving you a ticket. But did you watch it? I mean, it's not, it's scary.
That's what we've never seen. All characters just appear. They have like all these little influences.
Yes. Yes, no, not the HUN. Yes. Oh, no, I need to. Makes it like. What?
She did other things too that are really even more scary, but
There are other architectural reasons.
I can an architectural.
Because if you've been on like the main street, you see, it was designed with this first perspective. So you look at the actual, it looks like it's way but it's designed. So buildings get shorter as they go away.
Oh, they'll just do a great thing to that.
So it gives you
So, mess it up.
the second floor is there's actually, there's a second floor there. There's actually a storage. They actually use those.
You did sort of.
Been there recently. Look at the name.
This, the best one, this is Southwest. I was downstairs. I did upstairs. So I got Southwest.
It's just one of the Easter eggs.
Oh, Spears.
Spear was $7.25. Spear today is almost $40. So yes, I might not have Spear, but I think so. But your money is you. That's it. But that's how much more I bought. It was less than $7. It was like I want mine. That's why I have a financial advisor. I have that too. This is just because I got a married. I'm sorry, Sam, I gave you the wrong one. That's what
She was just like,
I was gonna say your time is wrong. No, I was gonna get it right.
It was like, this poor guy is working and crazy, it's like, doing everything is routine.
Yeah.
But she just, he just kind of gives up and walks away. It's so bad. You're sitting there.
I'm sure she's not the only one.
We're sitting there. I'm trying at the same time. There's Mickey on the other side of the restaurant. I don't know how long he was in that position, but.
Okay, all right.
It's this guy. with a cartoon face. I was
Yeah.
saying, finally broke. Yeah, it's a commercial aspect. That is essentially, it's a tavern, it's a mall, basically. Diner. There's actually, I mean, his name is the hotel, it's the design. Michael Graves said a couple of, there's a swarm and all, which were very, very good. Cutting edge at the time, because everything, retro, creative, just integrating sculptures into it. So it was, that was big.
My sister.
Okay. All right, we are gonna move forward. The mayor's just gonna be out, for a few moments, so HR, you're up.
Good morning, council. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll go ahead and start right into our work chart. We have an update to our work chart for the upcoming fiscal year due to Dr. Westfield's promotion to Human Resources Manager. That's the only change. He will supervise the Human Resources Generalist as well as the Benefit Specialist position. So that's the only change to our work chart. And we still are budgeted for 5 total personnel. No changes to that as well for fiscal year 22. Our goals and objectives. The first goal is to evaluate and begin a reemployment opportunity program that improves workforce outcomes for the city of Douglasville. And what we plan to do is we are currently partnering with the Georgia Department of Labor as well as the Department of Community Affairs. We're building on these resources, but we do want to be able to consider those types of candidates that have that are re-entering the workforce. We want to include them in our recruitment initiatives, and so we are partnering with some resources to be able to do that and consider things like background and experience before they are placed with us. So we are building on that program for FY22. We've not had a program for it specifically, but out of the council retreat, this is an area that we'd like to focus on for FY22. Next, implement at least 2 recruitment outreach initiatives to enhance the talent acquisition process. We want to do that by partnering with Douglas County government more. We did this year, and we've come to a consensus that we will conduct biannual job fairs in conjunction with the county, as well as HR community outreach initiatives that we are building on, but Douglas County mainly, and Water and Sewer Authority as well will be included in those outreach initiatives. Implementation of a new performance evaluation tool and training all our performance evaluators on this new tool. Where we are right now is we are doing paper performance evaluations, and we'll convert over to electronic with our software with ADP. We have a full suite already within ADP to include our benefits, payroll, performance management now will be added to that, open enrollment. So we have a full suite, so we want to transition to electronic evaluations. Implement the next goal, implement phase 2 of the Wellness Center. That will include employee dependents. We'll be tracking that utilization and eligibility. We are nearing the end of year 1 with our Wellness Center, so it'll be the end of May. So beginning of June, we will start adding employees, dependents, spouses to be able to use the Wellness Center for their healthcare needs. So that will be phase 2, and that will end, phase 2 will end at the end of fiscal year 22. And then the last goal, evaluate and implement a compensation and classification study and select a vendor and partner with the department directors for data gathering once we begin the study. You will see an upcoming item on your agenda to discuss our selection of the vendor we'll provide you with our process and more information on our recommendation for the vendor. That process will take approximately 5 months, and it will go into fiscal year 22, and we will implement any findings with your approval towards the end of fiscal year 22. I would say around the spring. Before I move on, any questions about HR's goals and objectives for the timeline? Okay. We can move on to performance measures and our projections for those. First one is first year voluntary termination rate. We are currently at 32%. We want to be less than 50%. And what that is we look at employees that turn over. We look at how long they've been with us. So if they're within their first year of employment versus if they've left us and they have several years of employment. That is a trend in local government that we're tracking, and it just basically helps us to focus our efforts on retention. And then in the exit interview to learn more about why those employees are leaving us. So we're currently at 32%, and we're meeting that measure currently. Our next measure to increase our diversity, equity, and inclusion, recruitment and selection, and I'll say placement as well. Selection and placement typically the same. We want to be more intentional about our efforts as it relates to these Americans with Disabilities Act. And so we want to consider candidates that have disabilities, working with the state vocational rehabilitation. It's a new resource for us. And so we want to make sure that they're aware of our job openings so that we can have that inclusion piece to our placement. Historically Black colleges and universities, as well as all colleges and universities. We are currently in our internship program planning. So we've been able to do that over the last few years in our millennial generations. So we, again, just want to focus on DE&I. And then also professional associations. This is an area where we have information from our staff about where they belong as far as professional associations, but we want to be more present in the job placement and the job boards of those associations. So we plan to track our candidates and how we're hiring, where that hiring resource comes from, and to be 20% or more of our candidates for the fiscal year to come from these specific sources. Next, average time to fill a job vacancy. And this is from the time we offer the job to them and when they're placed into the role. We want this statistic to be 30 days or less. We've been doing well with this over the past couple of years. We've been at, currently we're at 16 days. This is one of the stigmas in local government where the feedback is that it takes a long time to get hired in local government, from the interview to the offer to the placement. So we're considering candidates that have to give a 2-week notice. So taking all that into account, we want to be 30 days or less. And we also consider our pay period and how we try to bring people in on our pay period just for process purposes. But all that to say we are doing well with this and we want to continue that as well. The next measure is to reduce our workers' compensation claims. This is an ongoing effort with workers' compensation. We're doing really well in the city with our claims. We are currently at 11. Some of those are grandfathered in just from the past, employees that have long-term primary care authorization from a claim, but we're doing well. We can do better, but we feel that 15 is feasible, and we've been striving for that, and we do track that and report those statistics on an annual basis within our department. So. And then our last one is to produce at least 100 hours or more of employee training and development. We feel we can meet this with Carl Vinson's new MOU with the city, plus our internal offerings and trainings will put us at least 100 hours, if not more, professional development training for our employees. Any questions about performance?
Have you had any issues in terms of generational problems? When you hire people, say under 30 versus people over 30. Has that been a serious issue in the city, having to deal with certain peculiarities?
Yeah, I think, what city manager and myself have talked about is, just being more intentional in that area as it relates to getting, the word out, locally and, in these colleges and even in the high schools, even down to the middle schools, about local government and why you want to work in local government. It can be seen as a challenge. I think for Douglasville, we do well as far as the placement. It's just the turnover we have to look at and see why they're leaving, where they're going. So it's such a technology-driven era. And, these millennials are seeking the next best thing. But what we want to do is make sure that we do our due diligence and inform why a job in local government. And so that's something that we do plan to do in human resources. We have, increased our relationships in the college level. We do want to get out to the high schools and just, put that message out there about, millennials and just even prior to that, becoming a millennial, what does local government have to offer? So that's something my staff and I will be planning to do and focus those efforts around that. It can be seen as a challenge to answer your question, but we would say it would be a challenge on the turnover side as opposed to the placement side.
Shane just said people are forgetting millennials are now 40.
Sure. Well, Mr. Miller, were you referring to the problem with hiring younger people or hiring older people?
Combination.
Yeah, just because the expectations are a lot different with that generation. Not as much recruitment aspect as once they start having to realize that, not everything is digitized in public service. And so having to deal with people is a significant part of the job.
Yes, correct. And we have to also look at our branding, our value proposition and make sure that, that's our driving force as well, because that's, why you want to work in local government, what makes our value proposition, better than any others. And just the whole branding of the benefits that local government has to offer. So that's what we're doing in, just piggybacking on that, our new hire orientation. Even prior to that, when we're speaking to candidates about, the interview process, getting that word out. So it's gonna be a challenge, but we're trying to be crafty and come up with ways to tackle those challenges.
Matters of setting the expectations correctly.
Yes, sir.
Carrie, can I speak? Okay, thanks. Once the employee turn in their notice, 2-week notice, do you all meet with that employee and try to, what's going on with the department? What's the problem?
Dr. Westfield answer that question. That's his area.
Yeah, so great question, sir. Yes, we meet with every employee as they go out the door, and we actually have statistics that we track the reason why they're leaving. We look at better job opportunity, retirements, family issues, conflict with supervisor. We take all that into account. At the end, we actually take that exit interview and we talk with the directors about why that person left, to see if there's any systemic problems that they need to be aware of, or we need to be aware of, or anything that HR might need to investigate. So looking from January 2020 to now, we've talked to a total of 57 individuals that have left. Now, given some employees on the way out the door, they refuse or are reluctant to do an exit interview, but for the most part, we pursue them and we get that exit interview completed before they leave.
So once they give you the reason they're leaving, maybe supervision, directors or whatever. So you meet with that person, that director?
Yes, sir. We have a conversation with that respective director or supervisor, of course, after the individual has departed.
Do you send them to training if it's a matter?
There's different avenues depending upon what level it is. If it's a manager or below, I'll have that conversation. If it's something dealing with the director, of course, I'll give that to Tia, and Tia will have that conversation with the fellow director.
But I would say, Councilman Davis, Dr. Westfield, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the overwhelming majority of the people leave us is not for managerial issues. It goes back to what I said to you all yesterday. Public service is not necessarily a space for everybody. And to address what the Mayor Pro Tem asked about millennials. I think if you look across the board, the spectrum of your 300 employees, on average, your average age, and this is me without looking at the numbers, it's probably about 45. So your generation X folks are people that are running the city, but it would stand to reason as you look at the age to employees. I know, this group. So, but what it also says is there's a well balance of those who have been here for a long time, who may be even baby boomers to Gen Z, I guess is the group behind you all, the Gen Z, the kids that Karen and I are raising. So it's not a generational thing. It's how you meet people where they are with their expectations. So when just recently Chelsea and I were interviewing graduate fellows, that is a group of Gen Zs. Their expectation, I have to start that conversation by saying, hey, do you have a problem coming to work 8 to 5? Do you have a problem not working from home? So the onus is on us to meet the employee where they are versus the employee, versus us expecting the employee to yield to us. We just have to explain our culture and our environment and figure out whether or not they're comfortable in this space. And that's regardless of where they are. We had, and I'll just say it from HR, we had an individual who was 60 plus years old in HR who just left because of lack of the same issue that some of the younger individuals are looking for from work from home. So I think it's more of a balance about how to meet people where they are, what their expectations are as far as in the workplace. And as far as managerial issues, and I don't think that's our issue. I literally think our issue is it is an employee's market. So where you want to work, you can pick and choose where you want to work if you have a skill.
As long as we have a policy in place that forbids the use of anybody under 40 from using the expression, okay, boomer. Yeah, if you're over 40, you can use it. Under 40, you cannot use it.
Yeah.
And to the city manager's point, our largest slice of the pie is better job opportunities as a reason selected for leaving. So whether it's salary, whether it's title change, whether it, that's what our largest 33% of our stats is in the category of better job opportunities. So yeah.
And we typically, as we kind of know when somebody is, I guess that's the advantage of being the size that we are. We know when someone's not going to make it. Typically, we know within 6 months. And that's the advantage of having that 6 month program. People who report to me, they can tell you, I tell them all the time, end it before it ends you. I mean, you see it. You see the relationship when and if it's not going to work. And typically, it's not going to be a skill set. Typically, it's just going to be a fit. So it's best to save that employee and save yourself some headache, because ultimately, if they get past the 6 months, you're going to have a time getting them out the door. And sometimes you can help extend the probation and that helps the employee, but a lot of times it does not. That 6 months will tell you if it's time. It's the reason the police department is the year. The chief knows when and if that officer is going to make it beyond that year. And oftentimes they part ways within the year because it's a fit. It's not typically a skill.
Well, if there are no other questions, we can move on down to our revenues. As you will see, we do not have any changes from last fiscal year to next in our revenues. We only have a couple, just our wellness fund and our grant and our safety grant. Going down to expenditures, some of the highlights. Our regular full-time employees, this line item increased slightly with merit increases for our department, as well as Dr. Westfield's promotion. I will go down to overtime. That's another highlight. Decrease that, been able to manage that very well by flexible schedules and just reducing that line item. The next 5 are just our insurance line items. Those are what they are. Karen has plugged those in as it relates to those different types of employee benefits and those increases. Move on down to Purchase contract services, some of the highlights here, you'll see our medical fees have been reduced. That is due to, largely due to our implementation of our wellness center. They are able to handle a lot of those services that our third-party administrators were handling for us, so we're able to reduce that. Another highlight, we reduced our line item for repairs, maintenance, and equipment, none needed the last fiscal year. Probably none will be needed for this upcoming fiscal year as well. We've reduced our advertising budget down. We are trying to use more of our sources that we don't have to have an expenditure for. So we've been able to do well with that. We want to continue with those efforts. However, our dues and fees have increased due to, we had about a 4-month vacancy last fiscal year where we had 2 staff, and we didn't fill that role, those positions, and then we did. Dr. Westwood being one of them, looking at all of the credentials of our staff, so we had to make an increase in our dues for our professional associations. And then also education and training increase. This is largely due to Carl Vinson, our agreement with them. We didn't have it last fiscal year, so we have an agreement with them now, a 3-year agreement, so that those costs are plugged into that increase. Going down a little further to supplies, this area we had an increase. We had a large electronic employee manual update before Susan left, and that is in that line item. And so one of the things, I was talking with the clerk's office yesterday, they had it as well, so that'll move over. Any PPP updates or charter, that will fall under HR, so we will get that. Make sure that we're responsible for that only, because we're making those updates. So there was an increase in that, and I think that's pretty much it as far as any major changes from this fiscal year to next, unless there are anything I missed or any questions that you may have.
Ms. Austin Bean, I just wondered if you would clarify the education and training. I didn't hear that. I couldn't hear you really.
The increase is due to our MOU with Carl Vinson Institute of Government. So we signed an MOU with them this fiscal year that will carry into next. So that it does look large, but it is because it's a 3-year contract, whereas our training budget before was it was just for internal activities. So.
Understand. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Any other? All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And we will keep going. I know we're ahead because we removed some items from this morning. So, Karen, you ready?
All right. Yeah.
The finest department of the city. Yeah.
Shane's gonna drive, I'll speak.
Yeah. Same. The internet is slow today.
It's slower today than usual. Or than it was
Oh,
yesterday.
not just me, son.
Drag it with.
Works by the minute, sir.
All day yesterday bragging on him and he got to his head.
Sam pulled up the internet plug.
Did we pay the bill?
It's because we cut stuff from his budget.
You got the value of internet package now.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Sam.
All right, Shane will do the pointer. So this is our org chart. The change from last year is that we have a new assistant finance director. She, in fact, her first day is today. She's just started with us. She is from West Georgia University. She's 15 years with West Georgia. She worked for a College of Science and Mathematics and reported directly to the dean. So my sister reports directly to a dean in Clemson, and it's very tough. So we expect good things from her. That's why you also see 21 to 22, 9 from 8 to 9. her position will primarily focus on internal controls, bank reconciliations, updating fixed assets monthly, taking in daily cash receipts from like Parks and Recreation and our satellite departments, balancing our credit cards every day, that type of thing. And then dealing with the auditors and handling the audit every year.
Karen's working on her exit plan.
Yeah. We're on the 8-year exit point. And since some of these things, they do have a learning curve because you only do it once a year. So, I mean, it takes about a good 5 years to really get your audit down pat and smooth sailing. So I think it is a good idea. And Ms. Shane is the accounting manager. He's working on his degree right now. So he has 4 direct reports, and they are some of the lower level day-to-day employees. So that's why he has more.
They keep you busy too.
Yeah, they keep him busy. And we have set up our department, because we're talking about turnover. As I tell Shane, we have to assume there's gonna be some turnover. And so Shane is, when he's coming up in the ranks, he's had almost every position in our office. So if we do have turnover, he can fill in, and so that we don't have a lapse in service. All right, our goals and objectives, Shane chime in if you want to. We want to improve our budget document, the software that we're using. You'll see it's about $5,000 a year for ClearGov. This is our first year we've used it. We're looking forward to it. They've been coming up with new updates as we speak. So, and Ms. Hampton commented she liked it yesterday. Marcia doesn't give compliments too easy. You gotta earn those compliments.
I gotta work on that. He's my kid.
But I do want to give some accolades to Heather Campbell back there. She's worked really hard on prepping the budget document. We've had many, many late nights working together on it. So I do want to give her the accolades for the hard work she's put forward. Absolutely.
We want to improve our customer service experience with technology, as we talked about during our alcohol license renewal process. We want to send out text reminders. You know, like now we get it for our hair appointment and everything, so our doctor's appointments. So we want to implement that. That way, when they complain to y'all, y'all can say, well, we did everything possible to assist you without actually holding your hand. I know, we don't want to hold their hand, but also we want to do everything possible. We want to do a total audit of the city capital assets. We've not done that yet. It's recommended every 5 years, and we'll get an intern to go out to Greg's shop, Parks and Recreation, and do an audit of all the vehicles, all the equipment that we have. So that's one thing we plan on doing. And then training. One of the things that have been useful for my department is it's hard for me to find college graduates. You know, I had 2 college graduates that I hired. One went to Instacart within 6 months, and the other one went to web.com. So, and making $60,000, $5,000 for putting out, like, what do you do? And she said, well, I do the Lowe's catalog, online catalog. So when you go to Lowe's, she puts all that stuff on, like, making $60,000 doing that type of thing. And Instacart, he just codes. But he was one of our interns that we hired. So the intern program has been well. So, and so we have to depend on these Carl Vincent programs that are directed specifically towards government accounting, because government accounting is very specific.
Yeah, and one of the things, and we talked about that yesterday, about just local government being a niche. Karen's department is one of those things. It's funny, we laugh and joke. Just because Karen has her CPA doesn't mean she knows how to do your taxes.
Right.
And so people get that confusing thought process that, hey, I know somebody that's a bookkeeper. I know somebody that's X. There's a special skill set that does governmental accounting auditing that's completely different than other aspects of auditing. So sometimes a young person goes to college, they get a degree in finance, they may get a degree in accounting, and what they may have learned in school has nothing to do with what happens in her department. So again, it's almost trial and error, because once they get in, they realize, okay, this may not have necessarily been what I thought it was going to be.
And because we have such a fresh new department, these trainings that are specific to government accounting and finance are extremely valuable. As we grow these employees, we want them to be long-term. We want them to be an integral part of our team, but we also want to provide the opportunities for them to better themselves professionally, through these educational opportunities.
All right, we'll go into the performance measures, POs that we issue, 160, alcohol license issue. We have 100 alcohol licenses actually. RFP submitted this next year, 15. We do have 2,600 business licenses that we mail out every year. And random audits, like we'll show up randomly at West Pines or Parks and Recreation and to audit their cash drawers. So that's one way we mitigate risk. And moving on, not much changes in revenues there. Expenses, the increase in full-time is for our new assistant finance director. Accounting fees, that's our annual audit. Other professional services, one of the increases there are, this year we'll be doing the tax commissioner contract again. It's expired. I've been in touch with the tax commissioner and his staff. He is going to get it signed by his board and then present us with a contract. The change there is that now that they have to do the tab parcels, they were hoping to get their software approved, and then the tab would be easier for them to calculate because it's an additional tax bill. Now they have to do it by hand. So we're paying a little extra for that service. So I think it's $5,000 for all the different tax bills for them to do it by hand. For the tax allocation districts because it's calculated based on the increment. So it makes it difficult.
I can chime in on postage and shipping, just that increase. As part of the alcohol licensing renewal process, we're going to be sending out further mailers and other informational packets to them so that way they have ample enough time to receive their notices. And that will tie in with the text notifications that they can opt into as well.
Those are our big changes. Our education and training is higher because of we have about 4 new employees. And so we do want them to go ahead and get educated in government accounting. It really helps them out. Any other questions on finance?
I have a silly question.
Yes, sir.
Why is the vending machine expense charged to the finance department?
Yeah, it runs through our department. Yeah, because we're right down there with it and it's most convenient. Yeah.
Okay.
Carlos stocks it and then, yeah, it's right, it's kind of down there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's not through a vending company, so there's cash handled.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen, I had a question about audits that you do. You said you go to Mr. Gray, to the Public Works Department and look at their vehicles and all that. Didn't we have a company that was doing something like that, city manager, just looking at all of our vehicles? Or we were thinking about hiring a company?
When we did a fleet study, we did.
Fleet study.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we have the study. So yesterday, when Karen and Greg were talking about coming in, having the fleet manager update and work toward the study. So we have a count of the inventory, but I think there are 2 different audits. Of course, there's an audit that we do annually, but Karen also mentioned every 5 years to go in and take a look at all of our assets, even those at a lower amount. So that's what she's looking for somebody to come in and do. I don't think we've ever had a company that's come in and done that type of citywide audit for us.
Okay.
This will be the first time we've tackled that.
Okay.
The insurance company comes out and does the buildings and things, and so they appraise to make sure that we have enough coverage, but not all the equipment.
Yeah, this will be the first citywide.
And Sam and I are also talking about doing some electronic tagging. I think you're going to talk about that in your presentation, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on finance? All right. Non-departmental, this is a big department. This is where we have a lot of stuff that we put here until y'all make y'all's final decision, and then we do budget amendments and expenses to move it back out to the departments. That first line is our full-time employees, that's where we have our employee, 2% merit increase. We have $200,000 in there for, not for a salary study, but for the results of a salary study. It's been about 5 years since we had our last, so we just want to make sure that we're up to date. I know that, been talking about the police department, and we want to make sure that we stay in line to
It's been
avoid
that long, Karen?
compression issues.
5 years?
2017. Time
Because
goes by quick.
because it takes, I think we implement it in 2 phases.
Yeah, so it takes, the study itself takes anywhere from 6 to 9 months. Then, of course, when we bring it to you all, it takes that time. And then we also, even in that fiscal year, so for example, we'll do the study this year, but we won't implement the results until the end, or toward the third quarter, fourth quarter of this upcoming fiscal year. So in a sense, 2022, it will put us at that 5-year point.
We also have the sick leave bonus, sick leave buyback and the Christmas bonus included in that line item. And then the pension, FICA that is associated with it. Anytime you give people a raise, you also have to consider the benefits associated with that.
One of the things on the 2% merit increase, I know it's probably been about 3 or 4 years ago, I think Mayor Pro Tem, you brought it up about when the police department was looking at increasing that merit to 5%. And then also the policy of when someone gets their promotion, going ahead and giving them their merit up in advance, because the way that we operate now is if you get a promotion, you don't get a merit increase until a year after you've had your evaluation year. We haven't moved forward on that really because, to be honest, because of COVID, we were going to bring it to you all, so we didn't know how that was going to affect the budget, and we cut the budget, pretty far. I don't necessarily, I couldn't recommend against giving the merit increase up front. But I will say the 5% probably would be a lot, especially considering we're looking at possible salary adjustments. So it may be that sometime this year, we may be coming back to you all on that policy to say, okay, if somebody gets promoted in this calendar year, they'll not only get their promotion, but they will also get their merit increase, because they do have to wait a year for that.
Then the next line is workers' comp. That's when we have workers' comp claims, we have to pay the premiums, and we pay those premiums out of that line item. We have property insurance of $550,000. We split that up between CVB, Conference Center, Sanitation Fund. Have an increase there because we have more property and buying more vehicles. Cultural Arts Council, animal control, that's per our contract, our service delivery contract. And Cultural Arts Council, $55,000 is the same, but I think we're gonna be discussing that contract soon.
They will come before in May 3rd, both the CAC and the chamber. We have not changed our contribution. It would not surprise me that the CAC would not come and ask you all for additional revenue. I do believe that as of to date, they're still not getting any funding from Douglas County. I don't know if that's going to change or not. And of course, with COVID, their events have been minimized, if not canceled. So we have not changed that. We've just left it there. If you have interest in making an adjustment, we will hear from them, and you all will have time to let us know whether or not you want to add more money to what you all are providing to them.
Fire service agreement, that's 1.6 million. That's from the service delivery agreement that's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we
So
pay for.
our next budget workshop next year, we'll have to take into consideration potentially an increase there, or how will we handle it? That'd be an amendment, I would assume, when that comes about. Is it 23 or 24?
24.
24.
Yeah.
Yes, and the one after.
Yeah, so you all, so you'll get to next year when the chairman of the Board of Commissioners calls for negotiations. You'll be negotiating not only loss, but at that same time, of course, that 10-year for fire services, we'll be talking about how that is affected. So the agreement may not end, but your loss proceeds, how you provide service delivery, all those conversations will be happening at the same time to prepare you to renegotiate those agreements.
So I can jump in. This is a great segue. I was on a call with one of the local insurance agents, Mr. Hamlin. And so his issue was about fire services. He said that there was an accident. I think the chief talked about this too. There were 2 accidents on I-20. It was either Thursday or Friday. One was at I-20 in Chapel Hill, and one was at I-20 in Fairburn. And he said that they had gotten to the one at Chapel Hill first and did not get to the one on Fairburn. And so the car actually burned and they had to pull the gentleman out. And so he was one of his insurance clients. And so his issue or concern was, do we have enough coverage for fire protection and the other services like ambulatory services? And so, you know, he was just going on and he just called again. And so I'll call Madam Chair and talk with her this afternoon to see. And I told him we don't have separate city departments. I know we have our fire station number 10 downtown and the one on the north side. And then Chapel Hill and Central Church is outside of the city limit, although it's right on the cusp of the city and the county. So I would think that we should have had enough service, but I'm not certain of how they're dispatched. If the one on Chapel Hill should have responded to I-20 in Chapel Hill, so if 10, Fire Station 10 was going to, I don't understand how all that works. So I just told him I will call Fire Chief Levette and talk with him and talk with Madam Chair to see what the issue was, why it was a lag time. If we have the stations that are in close proximity, but only one is assigned to I-20. If you have 2 accidents on I-20, what happens? Because he said that person, you know, their car totally burned and he almost lost his life. So I don't know what the concern is. So during service delivery, we really need to talk about that.
You know, of course, it's probably a multitude of issues, inclusive of manpower, resources, and a variety of other things. I think when we get down to that issue, you know, the biggest piece that you all are going to have to maneuver is that because fire services are managed by the county, your opportunity to intervene from an operational standpoint is limited. Even in a contract, I don't think you're gonna get that. I really seriously doubt that Douglas County would allow in any type of contractual agreement to have the city involved in making decisions or advising on decisions from an operational perspective. I don't see them doing that. I mean, I wouldn't, as a city manager, advise you all to do that if there were a service that we were providing, because it becomes too many hands in the pot. But then it goes back to the other option. If you have no say-so from an operational perspective, what is your leverage? How do you intervene? And I think it goes back to where we were before, your own fire department. And I think, you know, we can continue to vet that, but it will be a tremendous cost to the city and to the citizens. And is that the direction we want to go?
Do we have time to talk about that just another minute?
We do.
I didn't know when our next one.
No, we're ahead because of, yeah.
Way off as far as where we should be. What is the financial ramifications of, as the mayor has mentioned, the fire stations that the city owns that sit within the city limits that we have built with city funds? Is there any credit? Is there any rent? Is there any offset at all for the fact that we provide those? And I'm assuming they're our responsibility to make sure that they're maintained safely for the firemen and for EMTs. Do we get nothing for that?
No, that is just your contribution.
In addition to the 1.6?
Correct. And it was your contribution prior to the 1.6.
Okay, I thought
So prior to the 1.6, that 25-year agreement, we weren't cutting a check at all to Douglas County. So basically, the theory was you all as city taxpayers and county taxpayers, your taxes went to county services, which would include fire services. So when we started service delivery negotiations, that argument was on the table. But Douglas County countered that argument by saying, understood, however, as a city county resident, there are costs above and beyond what your taxes yield. Therefore, city resident, you should be paying, in addition to what you're paying in taxes, the $1.6 million.
Why is that not applicable to the county resident also? I mean, we know that services many times cost more than the revenue that the taxes provide.
The argument was that because the city is more dense and more populated, more services are needed.
I remember that.
Services are also more efficient because of the density.
Well, my second question then would be, and this is just something I've noticed, maybe it's just me, and those of us in the room that may have significant others that are involved may chime in here, and I would welcome that. Am I seeing our huge ladder truck dispatched a lot more lately to go to a fire on I-20 or a call to a home, to a resident for an ambulatory service than I used to see?
Absolutely.
So now you're taking, not only are you not giving any input into how that money is used, but you're also, in my opinion, abusing the benefit that you should receive for a longer period of time out of that piece of equipment, because whoever runs that piece also was cross-trained to have to be on this piece, they have to all go. Is that what's going on?
I think there's a lot of things going on, but for whatever the reasoning may be, if it's lack of employees being at the station or whatever, if some stations have certain trucks shut down, then other trucks are going to be ran so much more. But I'm wondering too, if when our census data comes out, what that's going to show to how much our population has increased when we're still working with the same personnel numbers that we were working with, 10, 15 years ago. And with more citizens, they're then paying more tax dollars.
Where's that money going?
Where is it going? And why is it not being used to better serve the people who we do have?
Well, and as a piggyback on the mayor's conversation with Mr. Hanley, what if that truck, that ladder truck I'll use for instance, had been used or had to go to the call on the expressway, and there was also a high-rise call simultaneously, which that truck we know is there for that purpose and couldn't go because of that.
And that does happen, but there's been just yesterday, I think one of the ambulances got hit. So then that took that truck out of service. So then you're working with even a smaller number of vehicles. One of the ladder trucks got hit a couple of weeks ago. And so it took that one out of service. And so, then whatever the cause may be. So even if you think that Terry is going to go over here to Howard's house, but then really he got called to the mayor's house. And so when you have more people, you have more emergencies going on, and people are, and then the hospitals go on diversion, and then they're having to go to Cobb instead of, being right here in Douglas County. And you've got all the ambulances are sitting there full and they can't take the people off. And then you can't use them either because they're sitting there full with patients. It's
It's
a
just
circus.
How many ladder trucks do we have?
Just one. Yeah,
Just that one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in the county, not, I'm sorry, in the city, I thought you said city.
Yeah.
I think there's two in the, one in the city, one in the county.
And we pay for the one in the city that's being the most used. And so that was Mr. Hanley's issue. He said if something's going on I-20 and his building catches on fire, who's gonna respond? And do we have the manpower to come to a business that may unfortunately have a fire? And so his remedy was, you guys need to get your own fire department. And I said, well, we'll do service delivery. I don't think we can afford our own fire department. I'll circle back after I talk and see what the specifics were in this incident that happened last week.
Putting aside, the issue of the financing part on the counties, and I would think, or at least hope, that the resources are dispatched on a logical basis, according to need. I mean, who's in charge of the dispatch? Who makes the decision, okay, that ladder truck's going there, this ambulance is going there at any given moment? Is there?
The fire chiefs, right?
I think they have policy that they go by,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah, I would,
I'm not sure exactly how they triage that.
I would hope there's no politics involved in that. I would think that, well, it's a fire in the city, so we'll make sure only city fire trucks go.
Yeah, I think it's,
multiple emergencies going on, like when you have two vehicle accidents on the expressway at relatively the same time.
Yeah.
I think it's a resource issue. Again, I think it's a manpower, equipment resource outside of some of the other things that we're talking about. I think from an operational perspective, again, and then when you look at Douglas County Fire, you're also talking about EMS. So in other, local governments, you may not be talking about EMS because that may be privatized. That's not the situation here. So you're dealing with firefighters who are also, EMS workers as well. So, I would assume that the overwhelming majority of their calls are that. It's not just fire. So, if you all are wanting to explore that option again, as we approach SDS, I would say the time to do that is now. I would say that if it were just without even looking at the numbers, if it were for the city to do fire, I would say we don't do EMS. Because that is where your high costs and claims and all of those things come in. And it would have to be a privatized situation. I cannot imagine us being effectively able to do EMS and be able to compete with, again, the private market, what you can pay an EMS worker. Then, of course, you also deal with the challenge, which I know Douglas County is dealing with. I think Atlanta has announced it several times on the news about the shortage of firefighters. It's a complicated matter, but again, if it's something that you all want to explore, our current financial position doesn't allow us to do it, but just know you probably, if you wanted to do that, you would be going to the taxpayers wanting to create a fire district for the city and leveraging whatever millage rate it would take to initiate a fire department.
That's expensive.
But your citizens may want that. I don't know. It would be something,
We're hearing a lot of people saying, why did the city and county combine, so I think separating services more services at this point, I think you probably get more of a blowback on that than anything else.
Well, I think they would find a much higher tax bill in order to fund that than the 1.6 million, which is included in that tax bill now.
Correct.
Not only initially, but more than likely on a yearly basis. I know when it's been 7 or 8 years, maybe longer than that we looked into that because of this very problem.
Right.
And it was extremely expensive to start and then to maintain.
The city count, population is 140 now roughly, or it's gonna go up to the census probably?
The county is currently 150.
150.
The city sits at about 35,000. Yeah, I mean, you can assume it's whatever the numbers are, they're higher than that.
So we're getting up there in terms of population, so.
I mean, the mayor speaks with the fire chief. We can, have the fire chief come in and talk to you all in a special session now. Again, the fire chief is an employee of Douglas County. He is not an elected official. He's an appointed official by the Board of Commissioners. So his direction comes from that group. So anything that you all may recommend to him from an operational standpoint, whether it be from his own viewpoint as a fire chief or from direction of the Board of Commissioners, he may or may not follow.
Right. Getting back to the accident on Friday on I-20 Chapel Hill, a car ran into the back of a tractor trailer, and then there was another one on the other side. Greg Roberts people was down there, had the roads blocked, and they sent the traffic another way. So Mr. Roberts knew exactly what happened.
Okay.
When he pulled the guy out of the car, took him to Wellstar, when they pulled up and got him out, he took off running. He hit the road.
He was in shock. Did you see the car burn all the way?
I didn't see the car burn, but I got a report that he was pretty much full with drugs and stuff, so that's why he took off running.
Okay, yeah.
He took off running when they got him there.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's why he ran in the back of the tractor trailer.
So do you all want us to go through the exercise of investigating that? Okay, all right.
Investigating and have our own fire department investigating that.
Oh, no, the fire department investigation, that piece, okay.
I don't think. we need to.
And do you all want to have the fire chief come in and talk to you all?
If he got time.
Just to tell them about our concerns, how they dispatch.
Right.
Hmm.
Alrighty, the next one are our transfers to our funds. The first fund, 760, is to our post-employment health retirement fund, and we pay for retiree health insurance. We increase that 5% every year. It goes into a fund. It's invested with GMA, and it will earn interest and stay in that fund until there's a point that we actually might need it to defray our post-retirement healthcare cost. So the thought process is that the cost of providing health insurance and prescriptions to retirees could go up higher than we can afford one day. And so that will help us it might help us in 10 or 15 years, long after me and Marcia are retired. And so, but that's what they're projecting, is that healthcare costs will increase. So 250 is our multiple grant fund. 314 is the development authority, and Ms. Chelsea will talk about that later. And fund 275 is for the conference center. That's it. Any other questions on our non-departmental budget?
Yeah, that's what we're on. So we've got a handy little pie chart here that essentially breaks down how the general fund revenues are broken out. As y'all will see, primarily, we have local option sales tax and property taxes. That makes up a wide variety of the general fund revenue. And then we've also got the other areas such as charges for services, that's our parks programs, including licenses and permits, anytime somebody gets a business license or pays for a building permit, all those types of revenues are grouped there under this kind of 25% piece of the chart here. So that is the vast majority of those, and then by percentage, we do have those broken down as well. And you can see, again, just other taxes, property taxes, and loss makes up the primary revenue percentages for general fund.
What is the intergovernmental $20,000?
Is that the HR? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, of HR grant.
That's HR grant.
Yes, yeah. All right, so we'll start on revenues, and I'll hit, there's a lot of them here, so I'll just hit on the most important ones. Property tax this year, Marcia and I, when we were discussing the budget, we decided to leave it as is, do not project a millage rate increase this year, largely because of the American Rescue Plan Act.
Yeah, I think those plans, based on what we've heard from a preliminary standpoint, we'll be able to pay ourselves back. So that's one of the things that all local governments are looking at. So if we're able to replenish our revenues that we, in a sense, have lost, or money that we've had to take out of fund balance. To me, the best thing to do is to do that, and that will allow us to not to have to, report that we need to increase taxes.
And again, on some of these revenues, when we first started budgeting for the pandemic, we had no idea what was going to happen. So that's why you are going to see a lot of increases here. So the next one is TABT. That number is really hard to pin down. They just changed the law on that. So I just use year-to-date actuals to project. Oh, I thought you were going to go there for the revenue lines.
And while Karen was, talking about TABT, not only with the change in law, but what I'm also hearing from other cities, the number gets even more complicated with the availability of vehicles. And there's a high demand for car purchases, but there is just not the inventory there. So that number could even fluctuate more as the inventory increases, because you have a lot of pent up demand for vehicles. So what we show you today may be completely different once that inventory pin up basically is released and people go out to buy vehicles.
And whenever I'm really not sure, we're really not sure, we always err caution on the conservative side. I would much rather amend the budget up for more revenues than amend the budget down for less revenues. Our franchise taxes are again based on year-to-date actuals. Georgia Power, Greystone, Atlanta Gas, and Comcast. We are seeing decreases in Bell South. That trend has been for the past 4 or 5 years now.
And Greystone is, you may see a continual slight uptick in Greystone because most of your new construction, those residents are typically gonna be Greystone customers. So there'll be new customers that you'll be adding on. Georgia Power typically increase when you see the commercial development that's there. They typically end up winning those projects to be the service provider for them. So you may see some increases, hopefully, when some of those developments that Chris Pumphrey mentioned come online, hopefully.
Karen, what page are you on?
It's not in the PDF.
I'm just searching everywhere.
I just had the pie chart.
Okay.
So those are franchise, page down. Local option sales tax, we're projecting a 4.5% increase. That's based on year-to-date actuals. This is our last year that, when we negotiated the local option sales tax contract, I don't know if you remember on some of our graphs, we had a lower percentage of year one, and we maxed out at a higher percentage of the 1 cent that's split between the city and the county. So 28% is our max, and hopefully we'll get to negotiate, we won't see that percentage decrease. But sales tax are looking pretty good, shockingly, with the pandemic.
And thanks to online sales and that law changing, so that
Yes.
tremendously helps.
Yes,
all of us.
that online really did help. There's been a lot of good things happening.
Mhm.
Reimbursement from CVB, we charge CVB reimburses us for the use of our employees for their business. So that's $160,000 for that. Interest income, that's decreasing because interest rates are so low. We're just continuing that trend. Tower rental, all those stay the same. There's no change in our tower contracts. So, transfer from, there's our fund balance, that 1.5 million to balance the budget. I still feel like that's conservative. I don't feel like we'll end up using that much, but just in case. Since sanitation fund has raised their rates, they can start affording to pay us back for indirect costs that, our services, mine and Marcia, we have to manage the sanitation fund. So we're transferring back $105,000 from their fund to general fund.
Which is, and just for you all, which is very small in a sense from a transfer from a special revenue fund. Because some cities that have revenue funds like this, especially with utilities, they're charging millions of dollars for indirect costs. So this is very conservative. This is not a large number at all.
We know all the cities that have the most money, their utility, it's because they have utilities.
Yeah.
Keep going down. The CARES grant, that's why we have a decrease in our overall budget, because last year we had $1.7 million in revenue from the CARES grant, and that we will not have this year. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, so those are, you've heard all the revenues from their departments, like courts talked about their own revenues, parks talked about their own revenues. These revenues are here, are just non-departmental revenues. And we will make sure we get those added back to. Any other questions on revenues, comments?
So I was wondering if you talked about, there's a film, income from film.
Well, we were having a lot, but now it's slowed down.
Like 2 million, was it 2 million in there or something like that? Or did I see a misplaced zero in there?
Yeah, it wasn't 2 million,
Oh.
but we've had like up to 40,000.
Yeah, about 40,000 we average every year, but because of the pandemic, we haven't had any filming. It has picked back up, so we've got requests, but we haven't had any official filming in the city since over a year.
What do we do to charge it? Is there a fee or something?
Yes, we do charge. Most of the time, they're renting any of our facilities. Our public safety facility is a large one that they rent. We do have a fee that we charge. Myself and Major Davidson, we work with that company and we charge them a fee.
Is that a flat fee or does it depend on?
It's usually a flat fee, yes.
And then Shane's got it pulled up. 2,500 is what we budgeted, and
25, okay, I saw the extra
Yeah.
zeros. I was like, that didn't make sense. Like, we're needing that kind of money.
The Hollywood and South.
Alrighty, the next group is debt service. And hopefully y'all, I think y'all have those, because I saw those
Yes,
yesterday.
that
right?
was in there.
Okay.
I think the revenues was in the notes.
What page are they on?
They're on page 30.
Page 30.
All right, so, this is the general fund portion of debt service, but I do have a list of when all our debt expires. The new debt this year is the, utility relocation, and that, is paid off in 24. In 2024, and that's for like, the underground utilities, we financed that over a 3-year period. Then we also have the West Pines Golf Course, and that pays off in 2035. The PD building, the bond, we'll go over that fund later. It's paid off in 2029, so that's not too far. And the DFAX building, y'all own that May 2026. 5 years for that building.
Question. Is there any possibility that the funds that we would receive could be used to reduce debt?
I don't think so, not on what I've read. I think we could possibly, depending upon what guidance I hear, like for instance, the utility relocate, but we'd have to argue that it would enhance connectivity, that sort of thing, and make life easier through the pandemic. But to retire debt, yeah, specifically, I don't think what I'm reading that there would be a availability for us to use the funds for that.
And we might could do something indirectly.
Correct. Yeah.
Where you pay off what you can, and then you take those funds and.
Right. Yeah.
Any other questions on debt service for general fund? All right.
Now, one of the things, as we go into service delivery, I will just say, it's not a bad thing to have debt. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
And then you prove that you need some more.
You were an acolyte of Alexander Hamilton, were you not?
It is a criteria in state law to consider. It's your debt service.
So the worse financial shape you're in, the more that they have to start for you.
Yeah.
Or not request an increase in their percentage, that being us.
Correct. So considering that we're negotiating with someone in a position, yeah, so just saying, it is a criteria to consider your debt position.
Yeah, they can't lower your revenue where you can't pay your debt.
Right.
They can't, make it.
Right.
So you're penalized for being in good fiscal situation.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take that 5.
Yeah, I told them to be ready. So we'll keep going because right after IT, we'll have lunch come out for you all. Sam, you're up.
The internet goes.
All of a sudden it's working.
Much
That's
better.
All right. Like, now, is that correct, that you said PD and IT people they won yesterday?
You don't want to know. Yeah, because it wasn't anything with any stuff. Were you granting one to let him get everything you want? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you got 30 seconds to continue.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Sam King in IT. I'm in the chapter of our board, IT director, manager. And we also added this year right here, a debt-based technician as well. We got an IT tech. So that's our org truck there. We did have in the past the coordinator, communication coordinator, but she moved to PD. So you'll see that in the budget, how they got shifted out.
So you all know that's Karen Knight. So me and Karen Knight primarily work with the PD, so it makes sense to make that shift.
All right, so some of our goals we have, and Ms. Kelly touched on it too. One thing we want to do next year, we don't have a good tracking system on our inventory. So we got to get a handle on that. I mean, laptops, all that kind of things like that. We don't have a good system now in place. So we're looking at a system now that also is a cloud kept system as well called BossDesk. So we want to start tagging all our systems. That also has a revamp our onboarding process. So when someone come on board, we'll know like what system they pretty much assign. So if it gets it out, we can also retrieve those. So that was one of the things from the IT risk assessment that we had done with inventory control. So we look at this system right here to like help take care of that, the inventory control. So we put that in there. The other thing we want to do, guys, we gotta get back with security, cybersecurity. When we went in full force, but then when COVID hit, it kind of shifted us a little bit and things like that. So we want to start back focused on cybersecurity. So we want to implement some hardening of our security policies. And also we want to have another IT risk assessment. It's our best practice to have IT risk assessment done once or twice a year. So we're looking at a company now like NetSoft, they can come in and pretty much do that for us, help us out with our IT risk assessment. So the other thing we want to do is migrate our exchange totally in the cloud. It's best practice now to have your equipment that could be hosted in the cloud, mainly for security purposes, ransomware. If things are hosted in the cloud, if you are hit, you can recover much faster. Most of the time, when you're hit, if your system in the cloud, they're not affected. Microsoft just got hit 2 months ago. When Microsoft Exchange, people had like on-prem servers. It was a mess. It was a nightmare. Fortunately, we didn't get hit, but those people who had like a Microsoft email server on-prem, it was a mess for them. But everyone who's on O365, like we are, we're pretty much in good shape. We still do have, running the hybrid mode, we do have an MS Exchange box on-prem, though, running some minor server like copies and things like that. But we plan to get that totally in the cloud. Some other thing we want to do too, guys, so we did a good bit of this right here, like last October, cybersecurity month, cybersecurity training. So we want to develop a good cybersecurity training for all employees, especially new hires. One thing that the state has started mandating is that every employee pretty much take cybersecurity training. We want to pretty much have that same type of system right here. So when someone hired on, they pretty much sit at a computer and take a good 30 minutes cybersecurity stuff, so they can be informed. And not only that, we want to like do it pretty frequent too, once every quarter or so like that, send out phishing attacks and also let the manager know who clicked this, who clicked that. Because the bad actor is still out there and very much real. Thank goodness, knock on wood, we're still in good shape, we're in good shape, but a lot of cities though, municipalities are soft targets because I'm thinking of cities are soft targeted because they're not really audited. I know the state, federal too, we get audited every year. So they come in and do like the IT risk assessment pretty much annually. And we have to pretty much produce everything that we pretty much are doing. So we've had to pretty much keep it on track. Municipalities pretty much don't have Big Brother watching them, but a lot of state and federal pretty much do. So we want to put things in place. We want to be proactive on it right there. So we want to beefing up our IT security and cybersecurity training for all staff. Data backup, cloud, off-site backup. We desperately need off-site backup again, mainly for ransomware. Mainly, if you are hit and all your system is on-prem, your backup is on-prem, that's not a good thing. If you have it off-cloud, the off-cloud environment, you can restore from the off-cloud environment. Some companies have it where you can actually like pick like certain servers and stuff to actually bring in the cloud. So we're looking at those options too. We're looking at two options actually. One big guard and the other one very cool. We're comparing the prices and things like that. But we definitely got to get our backup up in the cloud, including City Hall and also PD. So we're looking at those. That's one of our goals we want to do next year. Copiers, we want to upgrade our copiers. We just upgraded one, right? Our copiers at City Hall 12 plus years ago. You know, they are pretty old. They're candy, but they're tangy, but they are old. So It's time to, and we started getting complaints from like the coppers saying like, these things we want to kick. So like, okay, we gotta put in the budget to,
We know the maintenance guy, personally.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
They really
their
know.
personal cell phone now.
the maintenance guy doesn't feel offer equipment here out here every week.
Yeah.
So Sam, is the new copier that we just put in this week, is it smaller, more compact?
Well, the one that we have, it's still one of the bigger ones. It's huge.
Like you needed a box truck to bring it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Computer monitor and everything.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
I was here, I was there.
Oh, you were there when they swapped it out? It looks nice though. It looks like, we went ahead and got, this guy went ahead and got them, because they were pretty much in dire need. They were the one that had the most problems. They pretty much needed, we had to prepare for this. They're pretty much down most of the time. So that's one thing that we're gonna pull the trigger on quick to go ahead and get it in place. So
I think citywide too, they're all.
Yeah.
Cause I can go to another one, they were all so bad.
right. So we put that in.
It's actually going up. You know, like, as we, in our industry, we've been trying to go, not paperless, but we're trying to reduce the amount of paper copies we have. Many things is printing really, are we, where are we in terms of amount of printing?
So one of the things when selected copier is get it sized properly. So when they come out to like, when they quote you, they'll come out and see the count of currently how many uses on that copier, and they're pretty much size it, give you the right size, whether it's small, medium, or large. And that's very important too, because if you get a large, but you only use a small, that's not good for that machine. But uses wise, we never really got a count to see how, you know, some people still love to print, want an old fashioned piece of paper.
Hey.
And that's fine, and that's fine. But we haven't got a count of how many actually being used yet. But once we get the count, we'll get it sized properly, like whether a medium or large should go in that area.
And I would say the people who probably can go digital have kind of gone digital, but then you get departments like the clerk's office and finance that require still a lot of paper.
Right.
They're the ones burning up the copy.
And I will chime in, finance has digitized most of our records. In fact, all of our business licensing records are ingested through our software with BSNA, but there is still often a need for, you know, printing paper applications for people that come into the office, or just other things that do need to be, you know, when Karen and I meet, sometimes we want to go over it on paper so you can take notes and stuff like that. So we're kind of a hybrid. We do try to digitize, but there is still that need for paper at times.
Save the trees, go all green. But as you're saying, like some people still like to a little old fashioned piece of paper. That's okay. But we still are saying minimum of that. The other thing is town green amphitheater. We want to get some fiber ran through there and we'll take it out. Actually, that's been a pretty good project we're working on for a while too. Actually, last week, Jason, Mr. Aaron, and also Brady visited Sugar Hill last week to make some of their technology they have there, some other data down there. They have some nice things. In particular, we went to look at a kiosk system called the Supa. I was very impressed by it. I mean, I like some of the things they had to offer. One of the things that we're looking at technology now too, that for me, I think global wide too, they also look at things that are low energy, but I think that's the future, like more energy efficient. And this right here is energy efficient. This is like 100% solar. Solar's on the top. You got a battery inside. They pretty much come out and service it. It has a 4 and 5G. It connects to that. So really, this right here is pretty much maintenance free. And it also has like some features on there where it actually has a billboard. I think that's another thing with feature. You can do like companies, a small business come and register with the company and advertise their pretty much business on that. And it's a 20 by 80. They give us 2% of the revenue back. So Sugar Hill was saying they just received theirs in December, so they haven't started getting any money back yet. But those are some of the things that we're looking forward for. We're looking at for town green amphitheater to bring the fiber down there for that. Well, bring the fiber down there in general. The other thing we're looking at is city underground fiber phase 1. Mr. Market Thompson and I are working this right here with AT&T for like city fiber. We in IT for the city fiber, looking at a company called G2G Fiber. That's the company we use to pretty much stand up, the Brendan fiber for grades builder down here. So we have to gotta come back down, and quote us on like running the underground fiber. And they gave us a quote, I think like 55,000 or so, which is good. But though, since the whole city is doing it on the ground, and we were meeting with AT&T, we said, well, why don't instead of busting up the concrete twice, why don't we do it once? So what AT&T said that they can do, they don't bust up the concrete, they subcontract that. We can save money if we use their subcontractors. AT&T said we can't go directly to them, but once they select a subcontractor, they said we can like hire that subcontractor, so when they bring one conduit, they also bring two conduits. So,
So in a demonstration, recently, it was Microsoft or which company was putting on how their newest technique in doing underground fiber or cable is rather than like digging a trench, which is be expensive for linear foot, is they cut a slot through the pavement. So basically making a saw cut down your street, and then they lay the fiber in that. It's maybe 6 to 8 inches below the surface, but it's right. You know, it's a very, very inexpensive way of getting the fiber underground.
AT&T, he was mentioning exactly that. They said they're gonna go in like 2 feet below just to run theirs, and then they'll run up above. But he said instead of cutting the whole thing, he said like they can like do some manhole, he was saying, like cut up the part and like drill it through, like pull them through. It would have been nice. I asked him too. I said we got to get Comcast to do the same thing, and also utility, Georgia Power, but that's a totally different thing with power. So I asked him. I said, why can't once you're doing it like AT&T, why can't you do Comcast as well? The subcontractor they use don't job. He said they asked him for that, but since they use different subcontractors, they both have to like use different subcontractors, which means they got to come cut it up twice. They're going to be twice.
Sam, I think, Sam, you're gonna find that, they're gonna want separation from one another so that in the event of damage, everyone's not pointing the finger at everyone else.
Right.
So that they have some accountability, just like running water on one side of the street and, gas or electricity on the other.
Right. And as you said, that's one of the dangers too, that's in my mind, like, if you come and you cut this fiber up, another company's gonna come a couple of months later and cut it up again. That will increase the risk of that company, pretty much, hitting all fiber or the other company fiber. And you see that a lot. You see that a lot when we have a lot of renovation going on, especially in LaGrange area, the whole west Pine area, whatever area down there, was being developed. AT&T was getting hit literally like once a month, but just that campus. But mainly because they're doing a lot of renovation in the area, a lot of construction, and they'll come through with a back door or something and like cut that fiber. So that's one of the dangers when you got a lot of companies coming in at the same time, running fiber, another come after that, run fiber. They supposed to market, supposed to have it drawn, but if it's a foot off, something is hit. So, so those are some of our goals that we have planned for next year. We're gonna have those pretty much done. All right, so some of performance measurements, opening our closed CapEx systems, XP machines and things like that. We want to get off all those, which we pretty much done a good job of getting off all XP machines, get all out of security with. Same thing with Windows 7 machines too, because those not supported anymore. Want to convert everything over to Windows 10. Virtual server, want to increase those, so we've got a few other servers we want to have in place. Replace the copiers, got to count those, and just storage and iPhones and iPads for our users and PD. So numbers wise, we didn't really go up that much. Like I said, we have our help desk technicians just came on permanent part-time with us, so you can see that with the decrease. That Mr. Xavier Jones. Okay, so security system. The reason for that upgrade right there, we want to add back, replacing and adding security cameras. The type of security camera we have is called high vision, state fed. We kind of banned that one about 3-4 years ago, mainly because they were notorious about getting hit from Chinese. So it was a huge security risk. And we actually just experienced an incident, well, not yesterday, but we're experiencing a problem here. About 3 months ago, the Marines wanted to use this building right here to do one of their training. So they sent this form saying like, verify that you got not using this type of technology. But when they first sent that, I knew offhand, I said, oh man, the high vision camera we have is not on. But sure enough, that particular camera was on there. So we weren't able to generate those are revenue. So that's when we actually were like, let's go ahead and replace all of these cameras with the new Axis camera, the one that we have been installing for the last year. So we plan to install all of those, mainly be for security, and just get rid of the high vision cameras.
Well, what is, I don't understand, Sam, what's wrong with the high vision camera?
They were notorious about getting hacked. They were notorious about getting hacked. It was a special Chinese camera, high vision, and they were releasing Chinese government where they would get in there, what they say, to pretty much spy on people and things. So they got banned from the state and also the federal, that we couldn't use like those type of cameras anymore by high vision. So by that, the federal put it on their list, saying like, if they're doing any training and things like that, that those venues can't use those type of cameras, those high visions. And there's some other phone type systems too, some different phones, but we built our phone with Cisco. But though, since that, High Vision did release patches of firmware to update them to supposedly fix the issue. But going forward, government agencies just stopped buying High Vision, that particular Chinese brand. So that's the increase in the security system. Other things are pretty much normal training. Like everyone else, last year we didn't do much training because of COVID, but we're going back this year right here to add some training back. We did take some out already. For instance, we're not doing the international training, so we already took that out. But these right here, just regular genius type training, state style training. So machinery and equipment, we're gonna decrease in that one there to some things that we're not pretty much going with or going to decide with.
How do we go in electricity and HVAC? How do we go down?
So one of the plans was to have the main server room at City Hall move from upstairs to downstairs. So they were gonna be a healthy expense to pretty much get that wired up. So we decided to not do that, move this server room from upstairs to downstairs, mainly because we have virtual server and we're looking at moving our servers to the cloud as well. So it's really not really needed. And it's pretty much hard to pretty much move out the main server room to another location. It's expensive to run all the cable runs. So what we did do though, we reinvested things, replaced all our backup batteries in the main server room. We also got our generator on a maintenance contract, and they've been helping us out a whole lot. Actually, this weekend, that was out with the last storm we had this Saturday. But we got on maintenance contract with the generator, so we got notice in to cycle every Wednesday, but not only cycle, but they also send us notification when it's cycling and when it goes down. So we got IT all set, we got Jason on there, we also got Greg too. So on the weekend, if the generator kick on, we would know that we have a problem at City Hall, that we done lost power. And we lose a lot of power here on this street right here for whatever reason, especially when storms come. So, but that was the decrease of the HVAC. And we talked about we talked about next off, we talked about ThinkGuard and like doing our cloud backup. I think that's all I have. But those were the big changes that we had not seen.
Insurance.
We do have cyber insurance.
What is that?
It's through our government, yeah, it's an additional policy. So
What's
we're
that
not gonna
cost?
add
What's
on. I wanna say 15,000,
A year?
yeah.
That's if we get extorted, somebody tries, gets into our database or whatever, that's what that covers. But basically what happened to a city on that.
Yes. Yeah, and I can get you, I'll get you those exact numbers.
That doesn't seem like a bad price to pay.
Right.
On the backup.
And they did get through an IT audit, kind of with Paul and Jenkins, and they're getting all that tightened up.
And that's what we had to do all last, IT risk assessment, Morgan and Jenkins, and those are pretty much one of the requirements to say you haven't had an IT risk assessment, you know, that you pretty much security get the rates on insurance. The other company, we're looking at NetSoft too, they have an option where they could like give you, cyber insurance too, so if you are hit, they can like $500,000 or whatever, that they roll into the cost. And so they can have a team on place too. So those are some of the things like they can like as well. I'll give Joe that care too before we fight. But those are why it's actually critical though for like cloud services though. Everything that we could do in the cloud, we definitely want in the cloud. Because it just help prevent all these type of things that could happen locally.
Thank you, Sam. Good job. Question, comment?
We are ahead. Of course, we, skipped some stuff this morning and we'll follow up this afternoon. So we've asked for lunch to come in at 11:30, and then we will pick back up at noon with conference center, CBD and tourism. And that should allow us to kind of catch back up, especially with us having to follow back up with legislative. And I think your other two colleagues will be here.
What about, transportation meeting we're gonna have, what time is it?
It's advertised for 4 since it's a special committee meeting, so there's not a way for us to move it up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Are there questions about anything presented this morning? Any departments? All right.
My question is,
Yes, sir.
what do we do about like our old records? Like, we needed to let the research and ordinance passed in the 1930s. Where do we keep that kind of stuff?
Miss Vicky has access to those. Some she has actually copies of books that are bound in her office. Some are on Municode. So we also follow the state archives records retention policy. So you hear Miss Vicky talking about that a lot. We're probably not where we would like to be in all departments. Finance, courts, and the clerk's office are probably the best at it, and of course PD because of their requirements based on what they do. But I know one of Ms. Vicky's goals is to make certain that everybody is there. But typically, unless it's something that we just don't have, we're able to find it.
And also the software she talked about earlier, Laserfish keep all of those documents. They come in, they scan all the documents that we have actually on site, and they scan it into their cloud that Sam talked about. So if you need anything or any type of login information, we can get that for you too. You just want to, it's out there for the public too, but it's also on our website. If you go in through the city clerk's division, you just type in whatever you need and it'll pull up the records that we've scanned so far, or Laserfish scanned so far to us.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. Well, they're setting up lunch. You all have 30 minutes for lunch, and we'll come back with conference center CBB improvement.
See what it is. That's for.
Updated, is that what we've done?
Yes, sir, we put that revenue page back in and,
Okay, updated.
And Councilman Adams, while you all update, one of the things, you asked a good question, so just everybody else is clear. Councilman Adams asked during the lunch break about the process of how we get here. So I take for granted sometimes that everybody knows. Typically, years ago, a lot who've been with us for a while remember we used to plan this budget session way into the summer. Sometimes we were backed up trying to find a date to get the budget approved. Well, in order for us not to have to go through that process any longer, Karen and I started planning the budget in February, right after you all's retreat, so that your goals would match what we're placing in the budget. So the departments start that process with their requests based on what you all set as objectives and goals and things that they need from an operational standpoint. They then present that to the city manager's office. Karen goes back, calculates their needs and wants, and tells me, I think this year we were what, $2.5 million over budget based on their request and their needs. She lists recommendations that she thinks, things that we may need to pull from the budget in order to balance the budget. I give her my feedback based on where I think things are long range, what I think might be palatable to you all as elected officials and things that you would want to consider. She goes back, she balances those items. We present that to the mayor and the committee chair, get their feedback. And unless there are questions or concerns that they see based on what staff has recommended, then we present it to you all. So that's how we get to where we are today, in case anybody had any questions.
They used to always affectionately refer to as the sausage making.
That is correct. So it is the reason you no longer go line by line, no green bar, none of that. So we try to eliminate that, and you all are making big picture decisions versus toilet paper decisions.
And I think that that's both good and bad. It's both good and bad, because then sometimes you have to ask questions like we've had to, just to see now, how did you add and subtract and get to that number?
Yeah.
And where did you include that within that department? Obviously, that's all already been vetted. And looks good. So far, until we get to conference center, we've done really well.
41. 41 in case anybody has a question.
Carry on.
I have 39 on mine.
30,
I'm on 41.
let's see, I got 41.
I'm missing something.
Uh-oh.
The system is breaking down now.
Okay, it's in the same vicinity.
Okay, so this is what y'all should be saying.
Something changed.
That's what I see.
Okay.
All right.
So I want to start out first before I go, just to explain the overall hotel motel tax, just to refresh. We, when you stay in a hotel in Douglasville, you pay 8% on top of your room rate and everything. They then remit that 8% to us on a monthly basis. Finance tracks it, but based on our OCGA, we are under a certain code section for an 8% hotel motel tax. And then the way that is distributed, 4.5% go to the conference center, and then 3.5% goes to CBD. So that's how all that's split up.
4.5 goes to conference center, 3.5 does what?
To CBD.
CBD. I just didn't hear that.
And then this is our chart. You can tell the yellow is the most recent monthly revenue for all the hotels. Obviously, we're not April, May, June, so that line drops, but we budgeted a 50% decrease, and as you can tell, it's not a 50% decrease. So that's why you'll see some fluctuations again there. All right.
Okay. So yeah, this is the org chart for the tourism department. Obviously, you have the conference center and tourism director, which is me, tourism manager, which is Samantha, and then she under her has a tourism program coordinator who we just hired a new young lady. Her name is Peyton, and then we have an admin assistant under Samantha also. Then it shows it here broken down. We have my position, Samantha's, and then of course Teresa, who's in my office, Josie, front desk clerk, everybody's listed there for 2022. These are our goals and objectives for 2022. Samantha's going to read those to you all.
So our upcoming objectives are first to provide the city with additional financial resources through increases in hotel motel tax revenue and tourism related activities. positively impact lengths of stay by encouraging overnight visits that will increase revenues to local hotels, restaurants, retail, and attractions. And we plan on doing that. One of the things as our performance measures is to host at least one familiarization tour to encourage overnight travel to Douglasville with emphasis on our hotels, restaurants, retail, and attractions. Our second goal and objective is to aggressively market the Douglasville Conference Center to all proven target audiences with the highest quality materials and methods with local and state partners. And our performance measure is to increase the conference center revenue by 8%. We'd also like to foster partnerships that advance development of sports tourism in Douglasville. And by doing so, we hope to increase marketing for West Pines and Douglasville Parks by developing sports-specific branding. Create and implement destination marketing strategies that encourage our tourism partners to participate in those strategies and support our destination brand in their own advertising and marketing efforts. And by doing that, we're hoping to advertise at least 20 different publications throughout the year and to increase tourism numbers by 5%. Continue good community relations through a proactive advocacy program to educate local media, elected officials, and tourism partners on the importance of attracting visitors to Douglasville. Something that we like to do is to host at least one frontline training annually to educate the general public, local leaders, and state officials about the importance of tourism. And our last goal and objective is to foster neighborhood character and identity to generate more diverse and clustered cultural products to promote. And to do that, we're going to invest in existing and future cultural historic districts that exemplify Douglasville's diversity. I combined those things.
Okay, so, here we'll go on to the, down to the rental of O'Neill Plaza. We still are renting O'Neill Plaza. Right now, we're at 50 people out there, but people are renting it for wedding ceremonies, small events. So you'll see that's still on the budget for 2022. The rental of the old city hall, that is where community development, the building community development is in, and also the clinic, where the clinic is, you know, the old hair barn. So they do pay the authority that the development, the conference center authority, they do pay rent monthly to the authority. So that's what that is there, showing the funds for 2022 for the rent. Family reunion, we have that, of course, once a year. The activity fees is for the conference center room rental. So with COVID, the rentals were down, but hopefully with everything going back up, everything opening, we're looking at $200,000 in room revenue for 2022 budget. The next item is the catering revenue loss. That's where we did have to pay proof of the pudding for the revenue lost for 2020.
Jennifer, can I interrupt? I don't think I have this slide. What
It
page?
looks slightly different. It's page 46. We were having some issues getting it to pull up right.
It's 45 for me, Mark.
Right, 40.
Okay, it's 46 for me. So that, I'm thinking that there's something
I
off.
think
We should all be
somebody has everybody
synced in the same
I
system.
I just did.
Okay.
I did
I
too.
refresh mine too.
Okay, so, I'm just trying to find the numbers to match up. It doesn't matter to me what the format is. I'm okay. I just want to be able to follow along with you. I don't see any way to do that.
All right, so it should be 46 midway down.
Sign out.
No.
All right, so it should be 46 midway down. Okay, I'm sorry, Jennifer, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It should say department, at the top, department conference center. She's refreshing.
Can you hear me?
Not really.
Yeah, we can't really hear you guys are coming. It's a little loud.
45.
Is it, okay.
Some of you may have page 45. If it's 45, it's a half page.
Mhm.
And it
Okay,
starts with revenues by departments as general government, old
Right.
conference center.
I do have that.
That's my 45 too.
That's where they are.
Right, so right here.
Did you refresh?
Yeah, so this is
I
45.
don't see those numbers.
You have to refresh, I think you have to refresh.
I did.
Okay, good.
So you should be, you're right here, Councilman.
Yeah, that's.
Kind of on the third.
See, you shouldn't have, ragged on Sam.
Yeah.
Hey,
All this is doing is just reiterating my position. That's all this is doing.
Just for that, we're cutting your budget.
But we're gonna make it right somehow.
I'm not trying to hold things up. I just don't
Marshall,
know where
look
they
at the budget
are.
numbers again. He'll take a look at those.
This is 46 for the
Y'all only knew what I could do with this thing, you let.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very well. Yeah, so now we're on page 46.
46.
Yes, he's moving it down to expenditures.
Still a different setup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
it
different
is.
setup.
It is.
But I'm still loading.
But it doesn't come up with the same numbers.
Okay,
You're gonna start with
thank
contract services.
you. Didn't mean to hold you.
You start with contract services.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a different format.
Yeah, the format is different, but I do get that. Now you gotta hit the, yeah.
Samantha, you're gonna have to portray, not look down, speak out.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm loud enough?
So, Councilman, now we're page 46, Department 7544 new conference center.
Department one.
7544 new conference center.
I'm there.
Second out.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm there, but I still don't see the same numbers.
Mine's good.
Purchase.
Terry's over here all
Yeah,
day.
same as the executive, Mark.
You know, we did talk about printout, right?
I don't blame you. I get it too.
All right, Karen, where should we be focused?
I'm walking.
It's like when you were like, it doesn't matter.
I'm not
I'm not on the same format. I don't understand them all, have different formats, all of us in the same.
These are
The
just
questions that concern us.
columns.
Yeah, it doesn't look the same, but it is the same
Information.
information.
So yeah, exactly. So
But-
the software, okay, because this is new software that we have, and so they have some, this Shane will explain it in like.
They're discriminating against me.
They rolled out some updates to our data last night, the overall ClearGov software did, and it caused some of our panels inside the software to not generate for our final package last night. Well, they fixed it overnight, and now it's generating properly for us here.
He's on the web-based version, and so.
Why am I not?
Because it takes way too long to switch each page, yeah, so you're on the PDF version. So that y'all can tab through, and also so we can set up the, budgets in order of your agenda, rather than department hours.
Okay.
So where should everyone be focused? On the screen?
No, on their, iPads on page 46.
All right, so do they not need to look here?
Right.
Okay.
Don't look
When
there.
I look at 46, okay, so don't look there.
Right.
Just
But
verify
although
some of
it
the
is same
numbers.
information.
Don't need that.
I'm instinctively look on the screen.
Okay.
Different, yeah.
I can see that better.
So is there any way that you can
But
make
it's the same
the
number.
Yeah, the same number.
It's all the same.
And
They
then
fixed
start,
it, so now it's.
and then start a rebellion.
Way to go.
I don't think it's the first time.
Yeah, can you log in the icon?
It'll be the last.
All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up what's in our compass so that you all can see what's on the screen.
There you
There
go.
you go.
That's right.
There you go.
It's the same.
That's it, right there.
No, you don't.
Shane was already there.
No, you can say thanks, city manager. Yeah. No, directed.
Why we're on the camera together, and we're showing why it's different format.
All right. Okay, so this is where we're focused, Jennifer, this is what you're presenting.
Okay. So I'll start with Old Conference Center. So the Old Conference Center, is still under my budget, under the tourism budget, because we still take care of that building, with building maintenance, if an air conditioner goes out, they need supplies, pest control, things like that. So that is still under there. You'll see under building maintenance, we did adjust it a little bit. That's where we put all of our COVID cleaning, anything we do for the buildings as far as spraying, the conference center, walking center, Old Conference Center.
And question, Jennifer, and that's reimbursable, was that part of the, care package reimbursement?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
No?
we tried to,
Oh, okay.
when we sent it off to the federal government, it came back as being non-reversible.
Really? Because I mean, because it was under the conference center,
Oh, no, it was a lot of things that we sent off that was.
that were not under
Yes,
the.
but the funding that we received from the CARES, that was, I think we offset those amounts.
I
So,
gotcha. Thank you.
But we are still cleaning, we are still spraying.
Yeah.
Last week we had like two, I think we, before we had like 2 weddings, we had a big event, so they're still coming in and spraying at night, making sure that we're, following COVID guidelines. So it goes on to the new conference center, shows the employees, the benefits, then it shows like catering revenue loss, pest control for the new conference center, the equipment maintenance, you'll see adjustments here. We upgraded the fire alarm system last budget, so that is where I took that out, because it's all updated, that project's been done, so you'll see a little bit of a difference there. Building maintenance, we kept the same, we pretty much use that for painting, things the conference center will need maintenance wise. Other rentals is like linens, we rent plants for the lobby, just different things like that. I brought it down a little bit just because events are still just now picking up, so linens, we don't need as many linens, but we are getting busier, so we definitely wanted to keep that in there. Postage and shipping, your water and sewer. your-
Question right there, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how would we go from 2020-21 actual on water sewer? I'm gonna pick on the mayor now. At $5,500 and we jumped to 22,000. What happened in a year where we should not have had the usage? Does anybody know how I mean, we've had 9 years, roughly 8 or 9 years to look at the building to get our budget together. And we budgeted, or we had an actual $5,500.
Is that from not having?
Because there was no usage.
Well, but then in the year of COVID, why would you have more usage?
But this is the coming year.
Do we?
That's my point. How did we miss it that much between?
It was 22 this year.
Right.
We'll verify what was in
Yeah.
2019, because
Yeah.
here's my concern. Sometimes with the utilities, these are not necessarily real time. So I'm gonna ask Shane to verify what was in the year prior to COVID to verify that we're on track with that budget.
See what I'm saying? I mean, that's 5 times as much money as what we thought. We must have had some years to base that on.
Right.
Definitely,
Mhm.
And now we're
So we'll take a look.
way off. So either we've got a bad meter
Mm-hmm.
or a leak. Like we had at the Madison Municipal Building. You know, just curious. Just jumps out at me.
That's year to date.
Yeah, we need to verify because 2019 was $40,000+. We need to just verify with Greg's department, because he handles all the billing, that year-to-date number actually is not missing any billing from any department. Because I would assume that it's not totaling all of the billing, because the building is still open regardless.
yes, yeah.
Yeah,
When you obviously using less though because of
But
COVID.
not that much.
Definitely, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely using less,
Yeah.
a lot less.
So not that much.
but not that much.
Not that much, no.
But we will verify that.
So they'll check on that. Machinery, that's where the audiovisual project is, and it's just finishing up, so we should be able to finalize that.
So you justified that. I mean, just right there. That's what happened. That's the reason that
Exactly,
it went
yes,
up.
sir.
But I just don't see it in,
Right.
unless the mayor's gotten a raise.
And then vehicle maintenance, vehicle fuel.
And no change in debt service. Yeah. Then we went over what year the debt service paid off.
So what was those last few items on there you didn't get? The new conference centers, are those, is that the bonding?
Financing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bond payments. Now we're switching to CBB.
We,
We're on CBB now?
So we go back to the website, looks like.
Are you sure you want to move that?
Yeah, it should be falling back in the line.
Yeah, that was correct on the PDF, that's the right page.
Yeah, it's still-
Should be on page 47.
So the main difference you have on this slide is our gift shop merchandise was down 90%, and that's because we saw a significant decrease in our Six Flags retail sales. We do sell a lot of discounted tickets and attractions at the Welcome Center, and since we had the pandemic last year, that significantly decreased, but we're hoping that that's gonna pick back up moving forward this year. Here you have other professional services. That's gonna be where that disbursement of funds comes from, when Karen was talking about that 8% earlier. So that's where you're gonna see that distribution of funds happen. You have our typical repairs and maintenance, postage and shipping for any time that we do any mailings for requests for information or travel brochures. Our advertising is there. That one did go back up. Not quite to pre-pandemic numbers, however, it did increase because we put back in some of our sports tourism to help promote West Pines and our Parks and Recreation programs there.
Samantha, hold on, I just want to say one other thing. Shane, go back up to what, the transfer from Fund 285 is the 3.5% that we were talking about earlier. And you can see it's an increase because of how sharply we reduced the budget. But if you go down to the other professional services, that's where, CVB pays the conference center and general fund for use of community relations and certain things that we can pay out of CVB. So, yeah, those are close numbers.
And then after advertising, you have our marketing dollars. So that's how we assist with any promotional materials and items that we might need. Anything that's city branded that we put that's not included there in advertising and marketing. And trade shows, it's for any conferences and trade shows that we happen to go on. Memory and workshop, that's our annual event that we have in September. The last one was virtual, however, we still did a lot for the attendees to make sure that it was still a cohesive event for them. Community relations, they came back into the budget. They have different needs for their department that we can put under CVB to cross promote each other's events. Dues and fees are any associations that we're a part of or any memberships. And then we have gift shop inventory for retail. So aside from selling the discounted attraction tickets, we do sell different things from local. We sell honey, branded mugs. And then we have the maintenance for the Uplander. The change order agreement also comes out of CVB, and that's quarterly dispersed. And I believe that's everything for CVB.
And those funds are restricted to
Yes,
tourism
so
product development.
our monies are restricted to specifically to tourism conventions and trade shows. So we have that 3.5% that we are able to market events and to help promote the city, whereas the other percentage is specific for tourism product development, for example, the conference center.
Thank you, ladies. Questions, comments? Everybody's thoroughly confused. Thanks. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go and go over SPLOST, the Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax that started in 2016 and was voted on in 2015 November. Just this overview page that you'll see is just essentially the breakdown of those SPLOST proceeds over that 6-year program. 45% of course is transportation, 20% being parks and rec, as well as 20% for public safety. And then the remaining 15% was for facilities. Going into just our SPLOST revenues, we do have our budget to actual figures for your convenience. Just to note that years 5 and 6 have not yet been remitted. In fact, year 5 just began this April, so we usually get our local option sales tax remittance from the Department of Revenue at the end of every month. So we have not yet received April's yet, but we should be here in a couple of days. And then that being said, I do have this handy chart here that just kind of shows the budget to actuals. And what we try to do is every year, Karen and I will look at local option sales tax as well as just SPLOST projections, and we'll make adjustments to those projections based on current trends. So we do try to budget conservatively with that, and we anticipate about a 2% increase over the next 2 years as SPLOST finishes up. And then going into the public safety SPLOST, we'll go over some of those projects that are completed, as well as any in-process projects. Oh, internet's being slow. So as you'll see on your PDFs, we do have some completed projects to the tune of about $2 million for public safety, with a handful of in-process projects pertaining to just wrapping up some PD equipment purchases, as well as a few other odds and ends. One thing that I do want to highlight is that this is where part of the IGA obligations that we have to Douglas County for their fire and EMS projects are located. They have a maximum that they can invoice us for over the course of the SPLOST program to about $4.6 million. But of course, the way it works is that they make the purchases and then they reimburse us on a quarterly basis. So as they have money to spend and they spend money on those fire and EMS projects, then we'll find ourselves getting invoiced for that and paying for our portion of that particular project. Any questions on public safety SPLOST? Okay. Going into our facility SPLOST, this is where some of these wonderful renovations took place to City Hall, as well as the construction and renovation to Greg's new facilities. Facility SPLOST is completely done at this point. I've wrapped up all those budgets as of 3/31/2021, just kind of tidying them up and looking at them. But we spent $10.3 million totally invested into the facility SPLOST, some of which was funded through general fund and the enterprise solid waste fund. Now here's one of the hot button issues is always going to be transportation projects related to resurfacing and items such as that. We do have some completed SPLOST transportation projects to about $10.7 million. And that includes various resurfacing projects such as Douglas Boulevard, as well as our LMIG program, where we do receive proceeds from Georgia Department of Transportation, and then we have a 30% match. But because we do have a SPLOST, we can kind of go above and beyond just that 30% match obligation to help fund some of these projects. So we do have a list of these completed SPLOST transportation projects here, as well as our current in-process SPLOST transportation projects. It's typically generally going to be resurfacing, as well as other type of transportation-related projects, such as, for example, the monument signage there at I-20 and State Route 92. And then lastly, for SPLOST, we have the Parks and Recreation portion. We do have some completed projects here as well. That's to the tune of about $1.6 million. And it covers a variety of things, from things like the Mill Village Park renovation to some just general equipment and renovations to Jesse Davis Park, including their outdoor basketball courts and related items such as that. There was also the Bermuda Greens conversion with West Pines Golf Course, as well as a few other things just to tidy up and kind of make their pro shop a little bit more top of the line. As well as Parks and Rec, we do have some in-process projects. One thing that I do want to highlight is that the amphitheater and green space project, this has been primarily where we're paying for things like geotechnical and NPDES monitoring services, as well as other variety of things that are more professional service oriented rather than actual construction. As we've discussed in the past, we're looking at bond issuance for the construction of the town green. So for the most part, some of these preliminary engineering items are being covered in SPLOST.
We should be issuing RFP in July and then have numbers by mid-August. And then once we
we need the money, we'll back that up for 6 to 8 weeks to get ready for the bond issue.
And then lastly, one other highlight project that I'd like to talk about is just the Willing Workers Park. That is one of the larger projects right now taking place in the Parks SPLOST. That's an adjusted budget of $1.8 million. And that seems to be going quite well. I'm getting invoices from the construction contractor there with Integrated Construction and Nobility. And as we, of course, wind down that project, we'll move it to completed to sit there alongside with Mill Village Park as well. And that is an overview of our SPLOST program. Is there any questions that I can answer?
The one thing I'll point out on SPLOST for you all, just from a general concept, is that we bonded out the $20 million. As you recall, we have spent that $20 million in the 3-year requirement. So as Karen has reminded you all that we're on PAYGO. So a lot of our projects, that's why we haven't really spent money on big ticket items unless you all are already contracted to do so. Public safety, Shane went over that. For the most part, that money is spent. The $3.3 million or so that you see set aside remaining in that shell number 1 is really our holdover per our fire and EMS agreement with Douglas County. So that money really can't be spent. So our public safety is pretty much done. Transportation is really similar. You see a large amount remaining, but we have several projects, including grant funds that have matches. We also have a third set of resurfacing that's out there. So any money that's available in that 1.5 is really just held outside for contingency. So a summary of your SPLOST is you don't have pretty much any SPLOST proceeds remaining for major projects outside of what's already known. You pretty much allocated your entire SPLOST program for 2016.
And now we'll complete them as the funds come in on the PAYGO process.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, your last fully contracted project from SPLOST, as Shane mentioned, was Willing Workers. That was your last one. Everything else, we are either doing a phase 1 of a match, but that's your last project. So we'll be coming to you all at your next retreat to come up with projects for a 2022 SPLOST.
Ms. Hampton, please go back on the fire and EMS project agreement. I think I'm on page 52, in process public safety. The top one there, Douglas County Fire EMS project for agreement. Tell us again now where those funds are and how they've been spent. You said we had $1 million and some odd dollars left, but that's earmarked for that 1.6 per year that we pay them. Is that correct?
Well,
No, he's got, that's the fire services agreement. The 1.6 is the fire services agreement.
Okay.
This is a intergovernmental agreement with our SPLOST program that we have to pay them 23.38%.
And it's based on a population split. So any other city that participates in the county SPLOST program, based on their population, they're paying a portion of the fire and EMS project. It just so happens to be. Yes, sir. And it's based on when the county has funds to spend, they'll spend money on those projects and then invoice us quarterly.
23.38%.
Yes, sir.
So that $3.3 million remaining is basically just sitting there waiting on them to spend money.
That's correct. So you actually have two, so you're working on 2 sets of things for the contract. The contract basically specifies that annual amount that we pay, as well as
Plus
a portion of the SPLOST that we have committed to them. The reason we have that big piece of pie of money that's set aside is because the contract specifies a percentage amount. So we set aside the entire percentage amount. Now, Douglas County has indicated to us that they're only going to spend approximately $17 million. So our percentage would be lower, but we're following what's in the contract, not based on what's said, because administrations could change, things could happen. So in order to be conservative, we've set aside what is specified in the contract.
But we cannot spend that on what we want to in fire and EMS. We have to wait on them to spend it and us reimburse.
That is
We have no
correct.
input as to what is spent.
That is per the contract. No, we do not.
But at least we know what numbers we're looking at.
That is correct.
And they do have a maximum cap of $20 million that can be allocated to their fire and EMS project. So we budgeted based on that $20 million possible obligation. They could very well come back to the table and say, oh, we only spent 15, 17 million, as Ms. Hampton had said. And then we would, of course, then adjust that down and reflect it in the public safety contingency for future projects.
Make sure we're all together on why we have that pot of money sitting there.
Yeah, and I hedge on the fact that Karen just mentioned to me, you know, why wouldn't they spend everything, especially considering their potential capital needs and other things that they may, you know, need as time changes. So, and note, along with, not only do we not have any say-so on how that money is spent, it has to be spent on this, and it is tied up for the remainder until it is spent. So we can be in 2030, and that money would have to be spent in that way, set aside just for them. There is no expiration date on that.
But I do believe they're trying to spend those resources in the tributary area on the new fire station. I think it's near New Manchester and that area. And Madam Chair has indicated to me that they are going back to New York or whenever for the next one.
So, so the theme is 2016 SPLOST and a census obligated or spent. So as you think of your projects, or I would recommend as you, over time, as you're thinking about things for the remainder of the year, and when we come to you, staff will have some recommendations of projects based on where we've been and where we think we want to go. I can tell you the needs in the categories will be the same. Transportation is still going to be a need. We've done a good job of, I would say, making headway in resurfacing, but it's a continual cycle, and we've spent about $16 million in resurfacing, so about 16 million in resurfacing. So I think that a good, healthy, a lot of money in transportation is still going to be needed. As you see the facility study, there is still a need to update our facilities. I think Mr. Roberts mentioned to you yesterday that, of course, this building is getting age on it. The police building is as well. So, you know, things like eventually this carpet is going to be outdated. You'll need to be spending money on not only just HVAC units, but aesthetics as well. Parks and Rec, I would say we've made a good bit of headway in Parks and Rec, but if you want to proceed and do things, as the mayor suggested yesterday, a dog park or things like that, that is where you want to think about putting that money in, because it will require some land acquisition. And then going back to public safety, we have done a tremendous job of being able to get our police vehicles through SPLOST. So I would say if there's a way for us to keep that momentum, also looking at the additional bay, we have not been able to do that at the police department. We've continued to have to push that back. Karen's gonna, later on, we'll talk about our 5-year capital plan, and you'll see those items. So I think the categories will exist and remain the same. What percentages you recommend may be different. If there are special types of projects that we're not quite certain of, that we haven't talked about, i.e. a hotel, something like that, that'll just take away from where we are with our SPLOST program. And as you see, it's not a ton of money, and it goes by fairly quickly. So that's pretty much our summary on SPLOST, unless anybody has any other questions, but that's what we're looking for over the next 12 to 18 months.
Well, if we were, and as we look at those projects for the next SPLOST, hopefully, throw a hotel in there, that would be in a category all its own, and it may eat up a large portion, just like the, what was the largest one of this SPLOST? Was it transportation, or was it Parks and Rec?
Transportation, yeah.
We wouldn't want to take transportation out, but as much as we have done in Parks and Rec, do we try to carve out pieces of that in order to go towards something to help us with our downtime?
Right. And one of the things too, I would say you don't want to do that, because your SPLOST has in a sense been your capital fund. It's helped to spend money on your capital needs and your infrastructure. And, you know, as Karen mentions all the time, without a SPLOST, we would really be in a hole when it comes to our capital and maintenance improvement. The other is, I think that our SPLOST was able to be supported by the citizens because we had a variety of things in each category, and we didn't have what some people may consider a pet project. Like we talked last time about the YMCA. That was that one target pet project on the SPLOST that someone was able to galvanize and get behind and say not to support it. People can stand behind your parks improvements, your transportation infrastructure. They can stand behind those things, you know, just like this facility. Not everyone when this facility was being built was supportive of it. So you kind of want to, if you're gonna put a SPLOST out there, present projects that I think the majority of people can stand behind and support to say it goes toward the benefit of the city.
So don't include a hotel.
I would not.
How about a sidewalk with that, transportation or pet?
Well, and so speaking of sidewalks, Mayor Pro Tem, you all this afternoon at 4 o'clock in the Transportation Committee meeting, you, AECom will be here to talk about your sidewalk program. That's a conversation to be had. We spent $16 million on resurfacing, and we know we kind of put a dent in resurfacing. So the question is, your sidewalk plan program is well into the multi-millions of dollars. If you want sidewalks, how much do you take away from your transportation improvements to add sidewalks?
That's a whole nother conversation. For
Yeah.
A whole lot.
So, you know, so those are decisions that you all will have to make. I mean, you know, I know you spent 16 million, but you probably still have neighbors saying, hey, when is my street gonna be repaved? So.
And I have to mention this
Yes.
too. Pete Frost, before he retired with WSA, he said, you know, it's really great to do sidewalks. And you never really think about this until you just come down to it. The more sidewalks we put in, when I think about, we have old pipes that are under the roads. And he said, you know what, one day I'm not gonna be here. And I said, now I can see why he's not, because just with, I'm sure, with the Water and Sewer Authority, you think about it, I don't want to hamper on it too much. But we really do have to look at and be very mindful, because there are some areas that if we're not really careful with this Highway 92 project coming, that we're gonna be looking at some serious issues.
And I think you also, on top of that, then John, you also have to realize that just the cost of the mortar and the labor and the forms before that is a fraction of the actual cost that you're going to incur if you do undertake something like that. And that's where we need help to see, okay, what's it really gonna cost?
Right.
No, and speaking of that, look, I have all these segues today. I was gonna say this for transportation. We received this letter yesterday in our neighborhood, and I won't go through the whole letter, but it says, dear sir or ma'am, for some time now, the Douglasville County Water and Sewer Authority has been dealing with water line issues around Melrose Street, Estelle Street, and Melrose Circle. We've been faced with many challenges while trying to upgrade the water infrastructure in the neighborhood. And so they go on to say the city of Douglasville has also planned to repave Melrose Street at some point this summer. We will coordinate with the city of Douglasville to make sure the water line has been completed prior to their paving. So the point of this is, we've been there 18 months and we've missed water probably 5 times. That the water's been turned off in the middle of the night or during the day because of resurfacing and trying to do stuff in the community. So when you start putting sidewalks in these older neighborhoods, and I kept saying, now I know I'm paying a water bill, we went on, online, and I'm thinking my husband's trying to take a shower. He's like, what's going on with the water? But because they're doing this infrastructure, it's an issue. And man, you get into a subdivision like Harbor Station or Highland Ridge and Chapel Hill and turn off water, putting on sidewalks and stuff, it's going to be, because I sent this letter out because so many people were complaining and wondering what was going on with the water in the streets and stuff. So it's a compound issue.
So we have a great conversation after.
But, yes, ma'am. So in that transportation, you have, the continuance of your resurfacing program. Then you have sidewalks that we mentioned. You also have your major intersection improvements that you all have gotten grants to improve, federal grants. The improvement of which will be the old Fairman Road from Bankhead Highway to Hospital Drive, those improvements. You will get some federal funds for that, but you will need a match. The same thing on the north side, from the new Highway 92 down to Strickland Street. You're gonna get possibly a grant for that, but there'll be a match. Those within themselves are $15 to $20 million projects. And you add that to any other type of intersection improvement that comes along, as you can see that $16-20 million can easily get eaten up. So I would challenge you all, and lastly, not to mention your trail system. Do you want to add and start putting in funding for your trail system? You have gotten a grant to start that process. So there are a lot of things that are on the table that's part of a network of pedestrian and vehicular transportation. But I would encourage you to talk amongst yourselves over the next few months to decide, you know, what projects will we stand behind that we're gonna put before the citizens to say, we wanna do these projects. The one last thing I'll also add, when it comes to the categories, the huge benefit for having the category is the flexibility in spending. As project needs and scope have changed, you all have been able to move that money as long as it stayed within that category. So if it's a park building, for instance, Club Drive, if we didn't have money in facilities to do that facility, we can shift that to parks because we have funding toward parks, because that is something that we've indicated to the citizens that we're going to improve. So the categories have added flexibility, allowed us to be able to get a lot of projects in a short period of time, to basically put money back into, again, to really support, like I said, our capital plan. It is primarily our capital funding for all capital improvements in the city at this point. Yes, sir.
Going back, you mentioned dog parks because it was part of the discussion yesterday, and I would again encourage us to look at the parks that we have and carve out a space within those parks that we put a fence around and not acquisition land specifically for a dog park. I would suggest that we have space, just at Hunter. I was over there yesterday. There's plenty of places that aren't going to be used for anything else that would be perfect places to put a fence around for the dog park. Dog parks don't have to be flat level spaces of land. So on that subject, you know, I would not encourage us to try to buy land to put in a dog park, because then you got to put up parking and other things. If we already have parking at an existing park with facilities like bathrooms and things like that, we need to try to find places that we can carve out on that particular subject. That's all I have.
Do we have other things to cover?
We do. Anybody have any other questions on squats? All right.
Do you want to go for legislative now?
We need, yeah, any announcement there, so we can go to your next thing.
All right. Page down to the development, City of Douglasville Development Authority fund.
Page 60. Page 60.
Okay, the Development Authority budget is pretty simple, it hasn't changed in the last couple of years. What I do want to point out in the revenue is this year we have received some bond issuing fees. We received $250,000 from Microsoft. So this is for the Microsoft deal. We did receive the bond issuing fees for that. And then we do anticipate a few more fees coming in as it relates to Bain Energy. We're officially closing up on that deal and hopefully to have that finished sometime at the beginning of May. So that'll be some more revenue coming in from the Development Authority. As it relates to expenditures, it's pretty simple. For legal, we have Mr. John Gernal. He's been the bond attorney, Development Authority attorney for the last probably 10 years or more. Dates back to me, prior to me. But of course, we have budgeted $45,000 for him for the upcoming years, and that's been pretty much the same over the last, 5 years at least. That budget has fluctuated between $50,000 and $45,000, so no change there. As it relates to other professional services, we have $80,000 budgeted. $50,000 is for the payment between the, we have an intergovernmental agreement with the Douglas County Development Authority. Mr. Chris Pumphrey provides those services to us, so we do pay $50,000 every year for his services for economic development within the city. And also this year, that extra $30,000 added into that is services from Mr. Gary Mungin as it relates to the Town Green and Mill Creek development. So we do have an agreement, Development Authority has an agreement with Mr. Mungin as it relates to professional services for him to assist us with the Mill Creek development. So that increase was about 12%. Other than that, there are no other increases. Of course, we have the liability insurance through GERMA. We have education and training, which is $1,000 that hasn't changed. It's for Development Authority training, which is state mandated training that they have to take, as well as $12,000 is for a portion of my salary, which is transferred in from general fund. Are there any questions? For a total percent change of 6% or 6.5%.
I had a couple of questions, Chelsea.
Yes, ma'am.
How many projects do we still have that are city, and you may not know the exact answer, or just a percentage of projects that are city that we need the development authority for to sign those agreements just with those particular projects? You know what I'm speaking of? I don't know what the
Yes, ma'am.
terminology is.
I just received a project report from Ms. Breezy Straighten, and I can send that over to you. We have quite a few, but they gave us an update as it relates to projects in the county as well as in the city. So I can give you that, and I'll send it to all the council members so you all can have that.
Okay, I mean, and there's some that we strictly have to have with our development authority, and the other ones where Douglas County Development Authority can do as well, whether city or county city limits,
Yes, ma'am.
jurisdictional limits.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
speaking of those projects that are tied to the city that need a development authority for the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can give those to you. I have that.
Okay.
The information will be combined, but
Mhm,
you
that's
can,
fine.
yes, ma'am, you'll see it. So I'll send it to you within like 30 seconds.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and along the lines of what Chelsea is, well, she said with the question that the mayor has asked, and I've been approached even recently having a conversation with Chris Pumphrey about the need to have a city development authority. I think the bottom line basis of it is, regardless if the city development authority is active or not, the city development authority holds bonds. So you're not gonna be able to eliminate the authority. You might eliminate the activeness of the authority for new projects, but you're never going to be able to eliminate it from the standpoint of existing projects that exist, and those projects go on and on. So my comment to Chris was, quite frankly, at the end of the day, as long as there's activity going on and there's activity for the next at least 10, 15, 20 years, it's a moot conversation. Because you're still gonna have to meet if things change. If a company comes to you and wants to alter a deal, you can't switch that to the other development authority. You're still gonna have to have an active body. At best, you may be able to have the conversation and say, we won't pursue anything new. But what sense does that make when you already have an existing group of people that represent? So my recommendation is that we have the best working relationship that we've had since the reactivation of the city's development authority. It's not something that is that is dysfunctional that it would require us to make any change. I think we're making the best use of the authority as it became reactivated in a way in which it benefits the city, the citizens of Douglasville and for you all. So to make some change, I just wouldn't see where it would be beneficial to us in any way, or even could possibly be beneficial.
Marshall, wouldn't we also need to take into consideration that even if all of our available land in the city was used up, and we didn't have anything to even talk with someone about, you may wind up with annexations, or you may wind up with a huge project for redevelopment.
That's
Maybe
correct.
needed in, so, I agree, I don't see why we would want to do away with it. I think it's not minimal money, but it's minimal money when compared to what it could be if we were operating an independent body altogether.
That's correct. And to your point of redevelopment is going to be a forever going challenge for you all. Now, the county development authority, for the most part, in a sense, operates from a perspective of industrial development. And we've done that because of available land. But if you were to look at the future of the city, our future is redevelopment.
Yeah, because we're about out of
Yeah.
open land.
And your downtown development authority can't do redevelopment outside of the downtown area. So what entity do you utilize to do that redevelopment, it's gonna have to be that entity. I mean, you could utilize your urban redevelopment agency, but it can only operate within the specified area that the urban redevelopment agency exists. So your development authority is what you have for that operational purpose.
Well, city manager, you were a butterfly on the wall. I didn't know you knew all that.
But wait, I was posed the question, so when you asked that, I was like, okay, he must be talking to the mayor too.
So he was asking me what is, do we really need the city development authority? So I was trying to get some information to bring to the conversation.
Right. And Mayor, and I think, and not speaking for Chris, but I think oftentimes that conversation is looked upon from a business operational standpoint. I don't think that, oftentimes people are looking at it from the perspective, where is the city going? I mean, yes, if the land is not there and if Chris is over Elevate Douglas, it's one person, so it probably makes things easier for him if it's just one board. But when we think of the things that are gonna be important for us long-term, they exist beyond, Riverside Drive and, Councilman Estes, over in that area where there's available land. Veterans Memorial, Fairman Road, all of these areas that really need redevelopment, they exist well beyond those spaces.
Yeah. They need some ammunition for Foxhall.
Right.
Also, they think in terms of big boxes.
Yeah, and I think.
If it's smaller than 100,000 square feet, they don't really like to think about
Right,
it.
and I agree. I think it's just the season that we're in, of playing it. And I want to say too, with SPLOST, and just kind of back up a little bit, for our city staff, I think you're doing an amazing job in how you market what we do. The packets that Kristen put together, I just want to say she is wonderful. All y'all are wonderful. Just to give the other council members like a little heads up. Each year, I like to send the pastors and the businesses in my ward like a little packet. So I'm not creative like that. So Kristen put together the annual budget, the little card that had all the projects on it, and it was perfect. I just tagged a little letter on it and mailed it out, and you would just be amazed of how they were just so appreciative. So I just want to say kudos to that. And the mayor's letter was in there with all of your pictures in the calendar every year. It was just really great. So I just want to say thanks. Thank you.
Next is the rental car fund. So when you come to the city and you rent a car, you get charged a 3% tax. That comes to the city from the rental car companies. That was one that we also budgeted a sharp decline. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to just stay on rental car? Or just got a rental car?
I'll jump.
No, all right, just page down, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll go to OPEB.
Yeah, all right. So other post-employment benefits fund on page 61. This is, we talked about a transfer out earlier of the general fund. This is the transfer in, and this is for post-retirement healthcare cost. And we are increasing that 5% every year until, so that we have sufficient funds to defray the cost in the future as healthcare costs are rising.
Karen, wasn't that a big push 4 or 5 years ago when the GAO, I think it was, came out with all of these scare stories about how a vast majority of the cities and counties were underfunded and post-employment benefit?
Yes, sir.
And it was suggested that we come up with and begin budgeting an amount to try to offset that at some point. So since that time, we have accumulated
About 500,000.
about 500,000. Okay. So it must have been 4 or 5 years now that
Yes.
we've been doing that. So that is in direct response to what was suggested.
That's correct. Because governments were not planning for these huge retirements of people and the rising healthcare costs. And especially like cities like Detroit and Chicago that have huge, retiree healthcare plans.
It's good that you did budget, because look at now with COVID, a lot of individuals were forced to retire early as well.
Yep, that's true. All righty, the next one is rental car. All right, so this is the 3% rental car tax fund. We did budget a sharp decrease. But actually it has been coming in very well. The year-to-date actual so far through April is 164,000. So we feel like, I know, we tried to get a rental car personally 2 weeks ago, or my son's car was in the shop, and we could not find one anywhere.
Yeah. Rental car, that's actually a market, well, one, due to COVID, because people were concerned about flying, so people started renting. And I think now that market has continued, and then they're also experiencing a shortage of vehicles as well. So you add all of that in, and rental car transportation is still a hot topic choice of people to travel, especially in the summer. So I see this actually continuing to grow at least to the end of the calendar year. Until things level off, that people are gonna be choosing to rent a car.
Rent a car, you know what it costs to rent a van in Bozeman, Montana for 10 days?
How much?
$4,000.
I can believe it.
Wow.
I can believe it. I can't.
Don't tell me that.
So if you're going anywhere this year,
Yeah.
look ahead.
I can believe it, yeah.
This is a van, that's outrageous.
We have to think about how many people transport it.
Exactly.
10 people, so that's $40 a day per person.
Yeah, I know. We need to go to the state legislature for that. So Karen's like the new Airbnb vehicle, so you know, you can Airbnb out your vehicle. So there's probably gonna be a push to tax that as well.
I'm like,
Joseph, if he has friends making money, I might do that.
They purchase 3 vehicles and they rent them out. It's a service called Turo.
Yeah.
I love these Turo.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
They're, whatever type of vehicle they
Their
have.
personal
Their
vehicle.
personal vehicles.
Oh, yeah, that's
Basically Airbnb for your vehicle.
Oh, yeah. My son
And
does.
they walk everywhere they go.
Well, they have an additional.
Oh, they bought it for that
Yeah.
And it's all
And
these
then
people with their private
we
vehicles.
can have
We're missing our tax on it.
Mine, sure. It's extremely modest.
The government.
Individuals for the week, so while they were in Hawaii, they
Yeah.
What were you doing?
roll around.
Exactly. I don't want it.
Personal vehicle, people that rent the airport, that keys,
Yeah.
sign the paper. I'm too particular with my car.
So all this rental car, money goes to something.
Yeah, point there.
Yeah, so the rental car fund, as Karen mentioned, goes to help cover the debt service portion for the parking deck. If you know, the parking deck and the conference center are financed together.
And the parking deck was about 7 million.
Yeah. I will tell you, lesson learned on that, we should not have done that.
Right.
Karen and I talked about that. That was not a good way to finance these two projects. So,
Because it looks like the conference center's in the red constantly.
correct. When really.
Because of the parking deck.
That is
Right.
correct. When the parking deck is really for downtown, not just for the conference center. And really, we probably, you know, that literally, that 200,000, we're able in a sense to kind of pay that portion down. But we could have looked at things, funding it and financing it in a completely different manner, in a completely different process. But that's what we did at that time, so that's where we are, but we should not have done that.
Lessons learned.
Yeah.
All right, the next fund is the Public Purpose Corporation Fund, and this is for the DFAX building. We call it the DFAX building. That pays off in 2026, and it's basically a wash in and a wash out. It costs the city nothing, and it's the same budget every year.
And so you all have talked about the National Guard Armory. So if we were to work a deal with the state for helping them to relocate and them asking us to build them a facility, we would possibly use the Public Service Corporation to do that. Very similar to what we did with the Department of Children and Family Services to build that building through the Public Service Corporation. So it'd be a wash in, wash out. We finance it for them. They pay the rent that covers the debt service payment. So as Karen mentioned, it's really no cost to us. And, you know, they also set up a fund for maintenance. I will tell you the maintenance has gone up just a little bit on the facility because the facility is getting some age into it. But again, it's another reason to keep up our SPOS program and our capital Because again, even if they continue to rent, which I do suspect that they will beyond when the building's paid off, we still will have the maintenance cost that's associated with it.
But there is a fund that they have in place to take care of that now, as long as there are tenants there.
Yeah, it's built into the lease payments.
Correct.
Now, if we were to work something like that, it would be to tear that down and put a parking deck or.
For the Public Service Corporation? I mean, if they were to vacate, I would suggest you just lease it out to someone else.
I think he's talking about the Armory.
Armory, oh yeah, I think if they were to do some type of exchange for us, I think considering the location of that facility, we're talking a takedown. I don't think that it would be incorporated in any way for the town green for purposes of whether it be retail or residential. I just don't think the facility would work. It would definitely be a takedown.
Well, I mean, like, that'd be a good location potentially for a parking deck, if we're talking about parking around the town green. Yeah, I've heard that thrown out there.
Yeah. So we have reached out to them. They have to not only get permission from the state, but I also think that there's an aspect of what they do that has to get permission from the federal government as well. So the bigger the government, the longer the time. So I don't suspect that we're gonna get an answer over the next couple of weeks. But they do have a lot of their vehicles housed on the town green site. So that they know that the time is coming for them to have to put their vehicles somewhere else. And land is not cheap in Douglasville, Douglas County. So partnering with whether it be the city or the county, it's gonna be advantageous to them. So they are looking at working with us. County, similar deal with the state for the driver's facility. So as you see, they had to buy that facility in order to house driver services.
So right now, are we allowing the Armory to park those vehicles on the property because we're not in any need of using it for anything while we're in planning stages?
That's right, and they had that same arrangement with the sheriff's office, so it as long as it wasn't in our way and did anything involving the cleanup, there wasn't any reason to ask them to move. There's a gate there, they can secure their equipment, but again, once construction starts, that's gonna eliminate that probability for them, and they don't have enough storage on their site to be able to keep the vehicles.
Do we have a piece of property that would fit the bill for them?
We have submitted a couple sites, and I'll tell you all offline on camera, where they are that we've recommended to them, working with the Development Authority. They have taken that back to their higher ups to consider. A couple they've just completely taken off the list because of cost and proximity. They want to be, of course, close to I-20 accessibility, and then they want to be close to amenities for the individuals that come there and train. So that's, when you look at in-town sites, that's not going to be cheap, and they want at least 6 to 7 acres.
Where they got now?
They probably have, I'd have to check with Councilman Watts, but I know they don't have that now. But asking for the 6 to 7 acres, they're looking at being able to store their vehicles.
6 to 7?
Mm-hmm.
We've got a complicated deal. I know you can probably get that acreage from the school district where their current headquarters are, move it.
I think they have
Guard
plans.
goes there, they can do their performing arts center downtown on that site where the Guard is now. I don't know if that would be.
Yeah, I think the school, I think the superintendent and the school board, they have their plans set. I've talked to the superintendent, so I think that they're pretty lockstep in what they want to do. We've even talked about that from a park perspective, but taking advantage of some of that if needed. But I think that they have their direction as to where they want to go.
They want that over on that site.
That's right. That's right.
We had to improvise again. Is that what you're talking about? This is the new software. Every time I hear something, but it should be right on your page. Like all you have to do is page down.
All you have to do is what?
Page down.
Where are we at?
I don't,
Page 64.
you just don't know about Chris, you
Page
just
64.
don't realize what you missed today.
I think you're okay on this one, Mark.
Yeah, we are. Don't touch me, Sam.
what I asked.
Sam was already there.
Boy, this kid is about to drop fast.
Well, since we gotta wait here till 4 o'clock, I don't get
All right, so this is our debt service fund for the GO bond for the police administration building. And it's a wash in, wash out. The bond millage that we have on our property tax bill generates revenue to pay the debt service. So as our property values go up, our bond millage rate goes down. Unfortunately, the bond millage rate is not required to be advertised. So you only see it on your tax bill. But we do try to make sure we let the citizens know that your overall tax millage rate is going down, even though your M&O tax rate's staying the same. Because over the past 3 years, we have not rolled back the millage rate. And as you might recall, we have to advertise for a tax increase when we don't roll back the millage rate, but the millage rate stays the same.
Did we get any headway with the legislature about fixing that?
I think we were going to, but then COVID happened. And because they were talking about that, so their priorities became completely different. And then, you know, a lot of things with the election, of course, took precedent over what was happening at the state capitol. But there was probably more momentum this year than I've ever seen around the issue. So whether or not it gets taken up in the next upcoming session, I don't know.
Is GMA leading on that? Did they push?
They were not leading on that. Actually, it was being led in some part by the Tax Commissioners Association.
Any way we can motivate GMA to take that up as a cause?
I'm on the Legislative Policy Council, and it was brought up, but it wasn't necessarily a priority that they collected. They felt like, which I probably agree with them on this, the Tax Commissioner Association, the fact that they were behind it, they have more teeth than GMA would, because it's actually them, the tax commissioners, going to a bill.
Well, I appreciate the efforts that the staff has made each and every year. I know it's an extremely confusing situation when you got to advertise for a tax increase, even though the only reason there's an increase is because the value of your own property has gone. And that hasn't always been the case. But I'm thankful that we try to put it into layman's terms, because it is extremely confusing to the average person, I would assume. Yeah, you say I don't have any millage rate increase, but you didn't roll back the taxes to the last cycle, and so now I got a property tax increase. That's very confusing. I do wish we could get something worked out.
I will say that all things being considered, I think it's probably going to be a good economic year again for you all. So you will see an increase. So if you're made whole in a sense by the ARP funds, and you get to that point to set your millage and your digest is increased, you will have that position to be able to decide, are you going to roll back, or are you going to assume, you know, that additional revenue that you can take advantage of. You know, and I would say, just standing here, not knowing the numbers that have come before you, if the scenario is such that, and again, you're able to make yourself whole to basically recover from the money you've been able to take out of fund balance, it's always great to assume those additional revenues, because again, they carry you forward. But you'll be in an election year. You possibly will have to advertise for a tax increase. And based on what we have before you, there's always a place to put the money. So it will probably turn out to be one of those things that, again, is a political decision that you'll have to make come early July, mid-July, when you set your millage.
But, you know, we can, I mean, and we've done a good job of clarifying that tax increases. And we just continue to do that. I think most citizens get it. They don't see the headline tax increase. Because there's a big difference between keeping it the same and maybe raising taxes 27 or 28%. I think exactly a big difference there. But anyway, I think we've done a good job of defining that and saying, hey, folks, yes, tax increase technically, but
that's a good thing.
It's a huge thing.
Yeah,
it
You
is.
know, Coach, on top of that, we also have to look at what we're going to be faced with and what the county's going to bring in. And what the school board is going to come in with, because all of that goes into that total number.
Yeah.
And we're just a small piece of that.
Right.
And one of the mistakes I think we've made in the past is we roll back when the economy was bad. And then you try to regroup when the economy gets better, and then you're raising taxes again instead of maintaining and holding fast and trying to resist going up, at least stay the same so that in the bad times, we're not running around like chickens with our heads cut off.
Yeah, and you would assume, based on the way the economy is functioning and growing, there has to be some pop in the bubble at some point, even a slight one. You would assume that that's gonna happen in the next 3 to 4 years. So, you know, the posture of staff is gonna always be to hold tight and to hold steady, realize the revenues when you can. And, you know, of course, not roll back, because again, it's almost twice as hard to make up, if not more than that, to make up those revenues that you've lost, because your services never decline. They never do. And even in a year when you think of 2020, our services in some degree increased in the midst of COVID because of what we had to do, but your revenues were not as much in certain areas. So courts, for an example, those ladies in courts were working probably twice as hard to meet the demand of what was happening to the citizens who are coming in to serve courts, but you saw where the revenues were. So that's an example, you know, that sometimes it's hard to explain to the citizens that the cost of providing that service doesn't go down, even in a bad year for us.
And I think one of the things that I'm leery of, that I've been hearing a lot about, is the possibility of inflation going up. And inflation is that hidden thing that people don't realize until the cost of everything. In other words, that could affect the economy, and not the stock market or the other things that people go by.
Definitely, and you all are gonna be, and speaking of inflation, of course, you all are in the midst of several different construction projects. So all of that stuff is going to affect the cost of your construction. I mean, it's great that we can get the dollar or to get the money for as cheap as it is, but at the same time, the cost of the materials are the cost of the materials. So, you know, any opportunity, again, that we can hold steady to keep ourselves from a conservative standpoint is going to be best, because I do see it has to be at some point a tide that's going to turn, even a slight tide, where the economy is going to take a turn.
Yeah, in 2008, when all the property values declined, we could raise our millage rate and not advertise for a tax increase. It was the inverse, which was very awkward too, also to get the point across to citizens. In fact, that year we did not, we should have raised it, but we kept it the same because of optics. And so we really lost some money there.
Yeah, tons. And really probably tried to recover for the next 5-6 years afterwards, and never really did until we had to make adjustments for service delivery. Probably service delivery in some standpoint saved us from that aspect, because had it not been, we wouldn't have raised, and we would have really been at a critical point.
And the optics are only concerned, and I don't say this lightly, for people that are running for office. And the thing about it is we got to do the right thing, what's right for the citizens, and not worry about that optic. We can explain ourselves in town halls and other ways, but we got to do the right thing. So I appreciate y'all willingness to continue doing the right thing.
And, you know, and our goal, and even in election years, to provide you all with all the information you have, because, you know, we know citizens often don't understand, and, you know, and they see it from their perspective, and a lot of times you all are getting, you know, confused by Douglas County, getting confused state government, all of these things that are coming at you at one time. So, you know, our goal is to always provide you all with the best information, always from a conservative standpoint, really always looking forward, because the decisions that we make today, as you know, typically the yield of that doesn't happen until 4 or 5 years later.
Alrighty, the next fund is the Tax Allocation District Fund. And this is a brand new fund. This will be the second year for this. The first year generated $325,000. Last year was a big reassessment year. We don't expect that again. I think a lot of y'all saw your property values go up a lot. So we're anticipating that that's not going to happen 2 years in a row, and therefore only budgeting about half of that.
We don't have these funds allocated at this point. They're just in a holding pattern until you decide how you want to allocate the funds.
Question, Karen, and this ties into what you're saying here. Is the tax department, the tax commissioner, are they allowed to reclassify or reassess or reappraise our properties each year, or are they limited as to how often they can do that as to a tax increase?
It used to be once every 3 years for reassessment, now it's every year.
So they can reassess every year. So theoretically, we could get another reassessment. I don't think we would between now and the end of the fiscal year.
Right, or some property will probably reassess, but it might not be as much. Like I think last year, say for example, it was 10%, your house value went up a lot, but it might be like maybe 2% this next year.
But they can theoretically do that every year.
Right.
I thought it was every 3 years, so it's been changed. Okay.
Now, one of the things I'll mention on this fund, Karen and I kind of talked about this, because we don't really know how this fund is really gonna grow. We know you get the estimates from Gary Mungin, but based on his estimates earlier, he was only hedging, we'd get $25,000, and you can see where we are.
Is that our balance, that 331 is our balance right now?
Yes.
So we're just holding that money at the moment.
Yeah, I'm recommending at this point that regardless of what development or developer comes to approach you all to utilize these funds, that you hold steady and you utilize these funds in the TAD area to your benefit, but not to the developer's benefit. Again, you know, this number looks great, but I don't really know where it's gonna grow and how it's gonna grow. You know, again, your paid consultant estimated way low, but we're really high, and this could be indicative of just where the economy is in this weird space right now. The real true estimate, if we look 3-4 years down the road, may not be as such. So I would just say taking the pros, that this goes to your benefit, not to a developer.
We'll just, at least don't throw it out there as being something we'll give away.
That is correct.
If we're asked to look at doing it, then I guess that would be a negotiable item, depending upon what else was offered.
That's correct. If it were to say, okay, the developer is asking for, you know, a road to be paved, you may want to offer, okay, we'll pave that road for you. We would want to pave the road ourselves anyway. A traffic light to be put up, we'll put up the traffic light. You know, things like that to your benefit rather than giving them a cash injection.
Right.
I would not recommend you all do that.
And we have not gotten that request from Mill Creek.
No, we have not.
And I think maybe one reason is it's so new. They don't really see a lot of funds there. That's a lot of money in a lot of ways, but in the eyes of that total overall project, that's just a drop in the bucket. So they may not see that as a cash cow, for lack of a better term.
Correct. And sometimes developers will want that to basically, that funding per se to take to the bank, to borrow off of that potential funding. That's another thing to be careful of. That's how Woodstock got into a lot of trouble with a lot of their developers borrowing off of that future projection of what that money was gonna yield. So in a sense, that's why almost all of Woodstock was bankrupt. So that's another reason to stay away from those types of projects. And not saying that doesn't work, and it has worked in certain places, but I just try to recommend to you all the safer methods. Sometimes slow and steady wins the race.
It's all about the time.
That's correct.
Same thing Canton did with impact fees.
Correct. Yes.
They hedged on impact fees, secured debt with impact fees, and the economy tanked. And so they weren't able to pay their debt.
Right. Yeah.
Because this message was paid because there wasn't anything going on.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Is this recent on Woodstock or is this from a few years back?
No, so this was during 2008, 2009. So they were bankrupt. So they couldn't, I think, you were on the trip when we went to Woodstock? Were you on that trip? So John Whelan, I believe, purchased the development from Hedgewood Properties or the bank in like 2012 or so, but they were in trouble for about 7 to 8 years. I'm sorry?
They bounced back pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, when you can buy something at pennies on the dollar, it doesn't take too much to bounce back.
Yeah. And for John Wheeling, hey, he gets a, you know, great deal. You said pennies on the dollar, infrastructure's already put in, the zoning already is complete. You know, already has a captive audience. There was a desire to be there. The problem with the issue was actually the financing and the funding. So he won.
Speaking of, this is off the subject, jump trains and come back. Mr. Chairman, okay. So you were talking about John Lehman and development and all of that, and tax incentives and TADs and on and on and on. So in Dallas, Georgia, HGTV was just there, Rock the Block. And so they did a development in that area, and one of the homes sold for $625. And so if we could, you know, I don't know how we could do that. To incentivize someone to come to the area and redevelop in our downtown, one of those types of. I meant to ask Patrice that yesterday.
I can add, is there a particular place that you want them to go?
Our downtown, you know, once we do our town green, just everything in the area, in the downtown area, because that, like I said.
Thinking of a certain residential area, like
Yeah.
the Old Mill Village area.
Old Mill would be great. Old Mill would be great.
Because there's a lot of houses over there, but then it's tough there to find the owners who actually would want to maybe give up their property.
Yeah.
Just like I think we see sometimes with some of our buildings that people think that it's worth a lot more than it is. And although our property values have went up a lot, sometimes people want to hold on to it because they feel like they're sitting on a gold mine. That's,
Yeah.
or like maybe a silver mine.
I'm not sure, but Nick Burkett, I think, but they didn't win. Another group won, but they were, you know, it was in Dallas, Georgia.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing that they've been selling that one sold for $625. I thought, wow, in Dallas, Georgia.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. 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 I will say that, and I think along to Councilman Miller's point, I think some of the challenge, and the reason I asked area is because in that particular area in Dallas, that's primarily, not primarily, all 100% home, owner occupied. So very similar to when we were on the north side on Thompson Street, either you're dealing with renters or you're dealing with owners who don't want to sell, or you're dealing with absentee ownership. Unfortunately for the Mill Village, you're dealing with a lot of rental. That's gonna, it would be great, you know, and it's kind of what we've talked about, trying to do that residential on the other side in hopes that it would turn. But definitely if there's an area where homeowners, one, are willing, and two, that it's primarily 100% owner occupied, then that would be a great location for that.
Okay, how do we find out?
Let's
look at the tax records.
I would say for downtown, the two ward council members probably know best if there's a specific area that would be in need. And then on the north side, I don't know, Ms. Stanley, if you know, and Councilman Davis is not here.
But you're confusing me, Marcia, in need because they all want to sell out and move, or in need because they need repairs done to their home, as we ran into Thompson Street.
I think the show is a renovation show, isn't it?
Yeah, it's renovation, it's not
Well,
need.
it was
It's
new
just like-
construction.
Okay.
It had to be new
This was-
construction.
It was new
625,000.
But they have Hometown, which they moved to another part, not Gainesville, but somewhere else in Georgia. It was renovations of homes. Hometown, which is another show on HGTV that they tried. They were in Mississippi and Laurel, Mississippi, and now they're going to Gainesville.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's what.
So that
they
was,
call it. Make it
that was
easy to redevelop.
primarily renovation, so
That was
maybe
a
Bowden
competition.
or.
And I think Villa Rica applied to be the city chosen. I don't know
For
what ended up being, yeah.
They did apply, you're exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Because they had all the cities on their program to show you the finalists, and then they chose a city.
Yeah, and I think so, okay, now you're jogging my memory on the application process, because I do remember, Chelsea, I don't know if you remember the conversations about HGTV applying, and part of it was you had to have an expedited zoning process. You also had to have a willingness for them to come in, and there were some communities who didn't want them. Because there are a couple communities in Georgia that have basically, residents have complained about that expedited process, and they weren't satisfied with the end result of the product. So, but I'll research the one that you're mentioning, Mayor, to see, you know, what that process was, but I do remember that being a competition, that one, yeah.
I just think with everything that's happening in the city, it will bring more attention, and it just will continue to
or even to try and do a local version of that kind of competition.
The one is called Rock the Block. and the other-
Yeah, that was the new
The
construction.
rock, that's
in
the new
Dallas.
construction, and then
Yeah.
there's another one.
They built 4 homes, identical homes right next to each other, and then invited teams in to redo them.
So you built new
And
houses
sell
and then remodel
They were empty.
Well, they were there.
them? So they were whole, they were dried in, and
Yeah.
then you had somebody come
And so
in,
then, so
finish them off.
you could finish it however you wanted, and then it was whichever team increased the value the most, won.
Okay.
They got the street named after them. And bragging rights, I think.
Do we have a neighborhood like that?
Especially if you have someone who
We
has.
don't have a lot of land left really to develop.
You just need a lot bigger for 4
Ours
houses.
would be infield.
Yeah.
And you probably wouldn't be next door to one another, because you don't have that many vacant properties sitting around.
Right.
Next door to one another that you could.
Right.
Go tear down, okay?
Not tear it down, he meant.
Well, if you do what he's talking about, you have more identical homes, so you gotta have new construction.
Kensington.
It goes between. I mean, you could.
It still has to be.
It doesn't have to be an identical, but I don't know. I don't know if it's even possible to do it, but it could draw some attention and spark some creativity and redevelopment.
So we'll get, community relations to kind of look into, because a lot of this stuff is competition and application that you have to apply for.
And then they have to have the money income.
Yeah, and you got to have the ownership sign off, and a lot of the stuff is quick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta have owners willing to be able to jump on it, within weeks, because they produce these shows in less than 30 days. All right, we'll get community relations on that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. We got one more fund before the break.
This is just to go over our capital for the current year. It's a total of about 1.5 million, and our SPOS program is 37 million in total. So, we still try to work in some capital into general fund. So we'll go over we'll just recap what our capital is. Police equipment, 150,000. That's what, they had a lot of requests. Marshall, didn't feel like we could fund all of it. So we said, okay, you got $150,000, you can use that for certain capital items.
And just on that, the reason, you all sometimes remember years ago, we would get into, like the police department, they'll get into, saying they need a federal system or they need, body cams. I am not the expert in that by no means. So I am not gonna tell the police chief to choose between, or choose over which one. That is for him to prioritize. But Karen and I, we're just taking the philosophy, we know patrol vehicles are gonna be a need no matter what, and then whatever's remaining from what we have, we'll try to figure out some money to basically say, here, this is what you have, now prioritize the equipment. We do ask them to send us a priority list, but my purpose for asking them to send me that is I try to take the top 10 and add that up to say, okay, the top 10 needs are, 500,000. We might not be able to fund that. Maybe you have to look at some of your small equipment. So that's the philosophy that we use when we're looking at prioritizing capital, since it's, a huge component of our budget.
The next is, we know from the fleet study, we're behind in public safety, about 16 or 17 vehicles. So this 930,000, and then they also funded a vehicle out of confiscated asset funds. So that gets them pretty much caught up with their Tahoes. And one thing that I thought about that Sam Jenkins brought to my attention is that he told me that the shooting, if the guy was in a Charger with this AR shooting him, and was it Bill Ricketts, it probably wouldn't have ended well as the Tahoe. So I know we talked about Tahoe and whether it was worth it or not, but they do last longer. And but that is one major advantage for a Tahoe over a Charger.
Well, that's a big one.
Yeah, the guy, when he was shooting, if he had a straight shot downward, I'm sure he would have hit the, which was a good friend of mine, but the Tahoe elevated up, he had a hard time while he was trying to shoot, he had a hard time pulling his gun up.
All right, Public Works request, we do have a garbage truck rear loader and sanitation fund, passenger van for inmate detail and fleet maintenance van. For information services, I think you might not have mentioned this, your NAS storage device upgrade. And for $12,000, and then desktop replacements throughout the city. We've got plan reviews, equipment, $35,000 for engineering. And then some more laptop desktops for police department.
Sam, this engineering request has been with us before, it was not approved, is that right? Have we seen that request for the plan review, or is this something new?
I think he's talking about the software that was in,
Can you go back to?
$35,000.
The 35,000, for
Under
the,
engineering,
that is for, the Bluebeam software.
Bluebeam software, so that is something new.
Yeah, it was the plan review, but I think there was some that was not funded last year. Yeah.
Because we didn't go 100% digital, if you remember, because we just didn't have the staffer. We're still looking for a plan reviewer, but when Marcus is talking about LDP and all those things he's reviewing, that's how he has, in a sense, become the backup for community development. And then Matthew Alexander, who used to work in Greg's department and who left us for a time, is now back working for Mike Metler. Matthew has a good building background, very, very smart employee. So he actually is going through all of his certifications now. So we'll have at least 2 people who can, from a part-time perspective, do plan review. And what both are looking for is to be able to have that digital platform that will help speed up the plan review process. And as Marcus mentioned, be able to talk to the various different departments, WSA, fire, because right now you're literally physically talking about bringing plans and that sort of thing.
So now that we have someone that can run that operation and that equipment, then it's time to buy some equipment.
Yes, sir.
And then last, we have the 5-year capital plan that departments have requested. They actually used the ClearGov software this year to put in their capital request. And we will be looking at that in more detail. We have fiscal year 22 outlined in the budget, in our proposed budget. And then anything that the departments requested that were not funded, they deferred to the next year. But we're gonna have more in-depth meetings with the departments to detail what is priority, what is not, so we can have a really good, strong 5-year capital plan.
And one thing, Karen, if you pull up the whole shot, just so you all can see, there's a lot that has been pushed back in a sense. You know, we try to make certain that we cover everything that we can, but if you look at those totals, you'll see 2021 and 22, or I should say 2022 and 2023, the totals at the bottom, you'll see how things have been moved and what we currently have in this capital program. And sometimes things get added. So if you see $11,000 through $11 million from now, that may be next year when we come through the budget cycle, that may be 15 million based on what the needs may be that we see moving forward. So it Karen mentioned, it's kind of in a sense a rolling budget. All right, so we will give you all a break, and if you don't mind coming back in about 10, 15 minutes, we'll go to legislative. Since we have everybody here. WSA. Greg is 4870 is the total for WSA. WSA, so we can coordinate at the same time, Mr. Greg. Okay. All right, thank you, yes, ma'am.
I mean, resurfacing, that's.
Yes, ma'am. what he said, $48,781 total for WSA. So I think we probably need to. And, all right, and then Melissa is saying that on average, for WSA bills, she said the year-to-date for Howard is $47,360 for the conference. And that, 2019, it was only 5,000. So she's not certain for the 22,000. And on average, she said that, on average for the conference center, $307 a month.
Yeah, so the year-to-date looks right, the budget is what they're.
Yeah.
Yes.
I emailed Jody about what the
Oh, that's way out there. That's that bridge road. That's way out there. That's
houses, yes, that's that road, not 2,000.
Oh, yeah, it's $600,000 house.
Yeah, the one they built is 500,000.
Yeah, that's like, so I can tell you what that's, like, if you go on like 41 of Atlas to go to Atlas and Carter's, that's in that area. Yeah, that's minimally Galveston. That's not on Jason's, that's not on Jason's and I side of Baltimore.
Are y'all sure?
No. Yeah, that's, oh, that's on Travis's side of Baltimore.
Oh, I can do it. Oh, it's some traffic with that.
Yeah, Dabbs Bridge Road, I mean, what is even the nearest grocery store to Dabbs Bridge?
They don't need it, people deliver it.
Man,
$900,000 house.
if you drive a Dabbs, you feel like you go in the Cartersville, you go to Dabbs Bridge.
That whole,
Like, look at this house.
that whole North Colvin area.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Overrun with traffic.
Yeah, it's poorly planned, that whole North Carolina is completely destroyed.
Like right next to the, power line.
Well, I started, I emailed the city today. Just so they could get my contact. Called county. Block. Last time, when they CPC, it was block. Yeah, it was another, but it went to the residents.
Okay.
It wasn't the city, it was the residents. And she wrote down, so you all can see this back. She'll be good.
Bright spots.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that when we get back.
We did just like the Bible verse. And I'm like, so fearful is the word. The Bible actually uses that.
So whatever Suzanne did, it was only my branches.
Just me? Yeah, so he has a meeting with Patrice as well, but then, just saying. But since we already talking about fires, I really just want to turn that.
Can he have the new, county administrator in there as well? Yeah, tell him, it would be a good time for both.
I'm trying.
No, you know where I have to be.
That was the first thing, I was like, must be really interesting.
No, early afternoon, no. I mean, after lunch, 1 o'clock.
And
1 o'clock, and then the man. 1 o'clock. And then come back there. Do you have Sharon's information?
I mean, I have the old.
Let me give you her, let me give you her, county cell. And, cause she's asking about setting up routine meetings with me anyway.
I know we had talked about things in the past, so.
I'm gonna have like 5 conversations tomorrow. Okay, her, okay, I'm gonna just,
Share it to me.
yeah, I'll share it, so it's the 6th. So we are ready whenever you are.
Finishes up.
Before we get started.
All right.
Proceed after our break.
So we're gonna go back to legislative.
What page is that?
37.
Yes. I think that Councilman Estes.
I hope it matches, that's all I can say.
You know, it's not after all the trouble you gave Sam earlier. It's probably 54 for you.
All right, is everybody there?
Legislative.
All right. So on legislative, a couple of the big items that Ms. Vicky wanted to mention to you all was the main portion. Let me go back. I gotta read her notes. The iCompass agenda software. Of course, Ms. Vicky had wanted to change agenda softwares for this year. I've asked her not to do that. One of the things I do want her to do is to get with IT. So Sam is working with her to look at what her current challenges are from a back of house issue with iCompass to see if those are not things we can work out with iCompass or if we need to move to a different platform, but that won't be handled this year. I don't suspect that will happen. So you all don't have to worry about that. So that was one of the items that we did eliminate.
Did we change already?
It's been,
Have we changed a couple of times?
we had iCompass when you started with us, Sam.
Yes, you did.
So we had Granicus, we've been with iCompass 3 years? 2 years. 2 years.
So why would you want to change?
Sam, can you explain some of the issues that she has?
Well, mostly on the back end, she said she would have issues, and that's what I want to work with her more on. Well, because I'm with you guys, we've been using this one right here. It's solid and cloud-based. On the front end, you know it. So I really want to work with her to see on the back end what type of challenge she's having. She's having Miss Candace having some issue with like the rep sometimes. We're working with them. And also just on the back end issues for the process that she does. So I want to work with her. I think we want to work with her just to see if we help her overcome some of those challenges because for community relations for IT, it seems to be working well. From community relation streaming to YouTube, it works well for them. And for IT, making sure it's supported for you guys. And look like you guys know how Compass now pretty well, can refresh and things like that. So we don't see the need to change it at this point.
So we just don't know what our issues are.
Yeah, we don't know what our issues are, that's fine.
Well, and here's the challenge. Sometimes, and here's what I've conveyed to Ms. Vicky. Sometimes there are complications from a staff standpoint, but there's ease from a user standpoint. So we may have to deal with the complication to provide the customer service and the ease for you all. A good example is there's not a necessarily easy, streamlined system to allow for citizen participation virtually. That's why you see Chelsea in council meeting. It's not a one done push a button, but we're okay with that. We have figured out a way to work with it. We know it's not necessarily seamless, and there may never be a product that is seamless. So we have to outweigh the desire to look for something seamless to create complications for you all who are the end users. And that's just, while we're here, that's just what we do. So Sam is here to investigate to see if there is a product to do that. If not, we'll deal with the complications on the back end. So if it takes us 5 steps to do 2, that's okay. It's not a big deal.
And what we're telling this week, that there's not no solution that'll be 100%. There will be some glitches and things like, especially a software such as this one, only someone use it probably cities, municipalities. So once you see an issue, you report it, they don't have a limit in a program for these type of software to get it fixed. So whatever system we go with, there's still going to be some issues that she'll probably have and things like that. So keep changing. Not sure we get the solution right there. Solution we have now seems to be working pretty stable. So that's why we want to work with her to see can we help her overcome before we jump ship and choose another solution.
Okay, now the one thing that I will see that's a glitch during council meetings or the voting meetings, it seems like it's a little lag time when someone, when you're pushing to vote and you're raising hands and pushing to register your vote, the committee chairperson can't read the next item because the screen is still up.
Yeah, I'm just follow on there, that's
It's,
exactly
it's
right.
gonna require patience. I don't think any system we're gonna get is gonna be that quick.
Right. So we're looking at,
Yeah,
Oh, I can't.
I would push the
Yeah,
X.
that's what I do.
Or you just
After I
push
vote.
outside of it and it goes
It
off
exits that,
camera.
yeah.
Okay.
But a lot of times it comes back.
It comes back, but.
It will come back, or you can hit the continue voting and pull it back up if you.
But if you,
The only
if
issue
you
I
have
have
this out,
sometimes, what I was gonna say, I'm sorry, is the lag time on a vote and the actual vote, you think you didn't register, so you hit it again, you have to end up voting against it, against the issue. And I've had that happen a couple times where I didn't want to vote, I voted against something.
So is it user, is it the user or it's the
See,
person?
he's running again.
It's none of that.
He's already explaining the no vote.
It's time and space. You
That's my
all,
story.
in a sense, probably are expecting push, it's done.
Right.
Not happen like that. No, with any software.
You're right.
So it's not our internet speed.
It's not our internet speed, no, not our internet speed.
Glad to hear
It's,
that.
we actually increased doubled our internet speed, so we're good on that.
Yeah.
Actually, we would, demo another product that we were looking at, they wanted to demo it. Actually, he had started like failing.
Yeah.
And, he had to close it out, and open it up during the demo, so we're like, oh, man, it's already a bad start. So, like I said, they all wanna have some type of little glitches and things like that are gonna happen. We just gotta be patient with it, really, and things like that, and just, and especially harder, like, you guys have been using it for a while, so you guys are pros, but when you get new council people in, or new Patrice folks in, keep pressing and things like that, we have to, press, wait a few seconds, things like that, wait for it to respond. But once you learn it to do that, it's okay.
Yeah.
But all the, solutions that we have demoed so far, and Jason went on as well, we demoed about 4 or 5 of them, there were some issues with each one of them. There was issues with each one of them there, where we don't think it was happening, what we have there currently.
I'm not a pro. I've been able to maintain my amateur status where this stuff is concerned, so.
Yeah.
I still always have questions.
Yeah, I look at clicking for the vote. I accustom it to when people are in some Microsoft Office products and they're wanting to double click when they should just wait. It's really the same. If you double click, you mess it up. If you just wait. Yeah. So, and really, I think from you all standpoint, that sometimes we do have issues when we upload documents. But again, I think that that's gonna be an issue with every product. I mean, we just had a product today.
This is new implementation, yeah.
And we have an issue with uploading documents. So, it's not gonna be perfect. To me, if we can work with what we have, we're far better off doing that versus, trying to do some type of software implementation, because it's never easy.
We got an answer for that.
Well, and for putting together council books and mayor, you remember.
No carrying on big
Yeah.
books.
I've just
Yeah.
So, but what we'd like to do, when the time comes, we all tested things like that, but we'd also like you guys to test it as well, to make sure it's gonna be easy. So that's why IT we on it, to make sure it's easy for you guys, we think it's something easy. The last time we looked, we didn't think it'd be a nice layout for you guys, but it's all web-based, so you have to click back and things, so we didn't think it'd be easier for you. That's why we kind of no, this won't work. But, if we ever do in the future, years from now, we would like to have you guys demo as well, to get you guys input, see what you think about it, but you guys be the main one using it, yes. But as of now, our company seems to be a good product. It works, neither one of them 100%. So if we leave one, go to the other, we're still gonna find some problems in the other as well.
Pick up something else.
Smacking the screen sometimes works, so you hit it hard enough.
If you spit behind it somewhere, I get a couple times. Trust me.
Fatigue. So the other is, the big item in you all's budget, of course, is travel, and this is the main reason why we wanted to, wait until we have the balance of the council, here, so we can discuss this. I did have a, conversation earlier with Councilman Estes about, looking at things from a conservative perspective, and his recommendation was to decrease, the travel budget by $2,000 across the board. We've done that. As you can see, what was last year $7,000 and then 18,000 for the mayor. So if you look at what we have, that's down to 5,000 and 16,000 for Mayor Robinson. I do know from a training perspective, your registration for the August GMA conference will potentially come out of this budget per Kristen, because they're opening that up. So in this current fiscal year, if you are choosing to travel to Savannah or attend virtually, I think they'll have two options. Your registration for that event will come out of your current $7,000 budget. But your lodging and your per diem will come out of the new fiscal year's budget, because by the time we cut checks, you'll be into July. On average, you've been averaging, if you stay for your full allotment, and that means that per your ordinance, you all are able to stay a day earlier and stay a day later. If you use that full allotment, attend conferences and trainings, and get the full per diem, you're looking at on average anywhere from $2,800 to $3,800 to cover that conference. And so if you look at that total, you can take out, Kristen, do you know off the top of your head the total cost for registration this year?
I do not.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be less than $1,000. So for sake of this conversation, you potentially are looking at $2,000 for this year's annual conference, for your lodging and your meals to come out of the new fiscal year's budget. And then if you attend annual conference in 2022, which will possibly be back in June, we'll be back on a regular schedule, you'll be covering that entire cost of that annual conference, and then any other travel and training that you may want to go to. The Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Davis have gone to NLC in the past. I predict NLC will be in person. They will possibly have a virtual option, but I know almost every association is going back in person. For those who attend Carl Vinson Institute training to get additional credit hours, talking to Mara, they're pretty much going full steam ahead. Mayor, you're on the training board. I think that's in person.
We're going in person, and the U.S. Mayor's Conference is in person. Chamber has already scheduled the Chamber flying in DC in person in September, and the link trip for ARC is in September.
What about Mayor's Day?
And Mayor's Day will be in person. So from a historical perspective, for those that have attended Mayor's Day, annual conference, and possibly one institute training, I'll toss that in there, your $7,000 has been adequate. You possibly had some money left over. If you've attended more than that, added on NLC or gone to multiple institute trainings where you've had to travel, maybe go to Macon, go to Tifton, you may have gotten close, if not gone over, in your training budget.
So what happens when we get two in one fiscal year this time, as it looks as it's going to be, August and June? We're gonna have 2 years worth in one budget cycle. What do we do then?
I'm suggesting that 5,000 will cover 2 conferences in Savannah, possibly, but nothing else.
No Mayor's Day in January.
No, yes, ma'am.
Y'all want to put it back to 7?
It's
who's it?
up to you.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Hey, I want mine at 7. Anybody else want to cut, they can go ahead. I need mine at 7.
I was gonna ask, and I know this is gonna sound like an asinine question, excuse my French, but if you, all right, we didn't use this year's budget at all. And next year we cut back 28% and take off 2,000. Can you take 2,000 from this year and move it forward? Still take the 2,000 off. I know that sounds like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I'm not sure.
That
how to
sounds
say it.
sensible. I would agree with that. That actually sounds perfectly logical. Take it out of this year's budget since we're not using it.
Still have to cut back for next year.
But did we already do an amendment, take it out of this year's budget?
Not yet, you still at the 7,000. I mean, you could do a budget amendment, again, the pot of money is the same.
Has anybody used anything in the travel budget this year?
No.
Yeah.
So we can take out even more out of this year if we wanted to, since we haven't used it.
So what was the logic in reducing, what was the reason for reducing from 7 to 5? Maybe I missed something else.
from my perspective, I just feel like we're asking every other department to cut. We should, put our money where our mouth is. And we didn't do it this year. We knew we weren't going to use it, so it was a non-issue. I just think we need to do what we're asking other departments to do. As long as everything is covered. Now, it sounds like with the way the calendar is working out, we could be a little bit short with dropping 2,000.
Correct, and we did not know when you and I talked.
Right.
What GMA was gonna do.
Right, I mean, maybe cut back 1,000, or if there is a way, like Chris is suggesting, to transfer, and I understand it's all coming out of ultimately out of the same account, but for budget purposes, it's not.
Does anybody plan on traveling, anytime or training? I don't think anything's coming up until the end of the fiscal year.
Oh, no, mine would be, I've been trying to find the leadership class to take through Carl Vinson, and it has not been offered when I could attend.
Right.
The mayor tells me, I think it's in September,
It
which
is.
would be in the coming fiscal year. I need to take that course in order to even be getting credit
Right.
for my hours.
Correct.
And I have not been able to find it to take it, so I'm sort of waylaid right now. So I'm planning to go in September if it is in fact still available.
And I think we've approved it for September, but it was stated the city and county that day. I missed the training board meeting, but I believe we approved it. Aileen sending me the notes for September.
It sounds like the only thing we need out of this year's budget is the registration for GMA, and everything else can just go away.
Yeah, my recommendation was gonna be, if you all wanna see, a cut in the budget, what you could do is, Karen still has a budget amendment to do. I mean, we can do a budget amendment anytime, but we still have a budget amendment to do for this fiscal year. We can lower your training budget down to $1,500, everybody's.
For this year.
And for this current fiscal year, correct. And then for what you need for 2022, we can increase that back to the 7,000 or wherever you feel like you need the adjustment to cover. It may be close to 8,000, 9,000 to cover the cost for 2 trips to the annual convention.
Well, is that not the same thing as we've done in a lot of other departments where we cut the budget back because we weren't gonna use it because of COVID? And then in this coming fiscal year, we had to raise it tremendously because you're gonna have 2 years, just like the
We went back to normal. Yes,
training for some of the others.
yes, we went back to normal.
So what's different about our department than the others?
It sounds like we could have net savings by cutting it all down to the bone for this year for just the GMA, and then get to the 7 or 8, whatever we need for next year. And we'll have saved more money than just the 2,000 taken from this year.
And then if we get back to normal, if there is a new normal where we don't have the COVID situation, then I would greatly entertain reducing it since we're not using it, sure.
Yeah, and you all do budget amendments throughout the year. So for instance, in November, December, if you feel like it's too much, you can lower it at that point.
I see myself doing this year's August and then next year's June and probably Mayor's Day. But like I don't stay downtown Atlanta, I commute, so I cut back that way. And I try not to use my whole budget amount. And to Howard's point, I do like the idea that we kind of set an example however we can, but we also, want to participate in the training.
So are you all comfortable with, in Karen's next budget amendment, presenting whatever it's gonna cost to cover the registration for annual convention in August? That will remain in everybody's training budget.
For
this
this,
current
this should
fiscal
take
year.
that out of our budget
This-
monies this year.
I would think
That'd be a
everything
great
else.
idea.
Yeah.
All right, so we will adjust the budget down to reflect the cost needed for that. Now, for your new, your upcoming budget that still has to be voted on, I think the cost in order to cover for, just considering everyone possibly attending 2 annual conventions and Mayor's Day, and just if someone, for instance, Councilman Adams, saying that he wants to do Leadership Institute, I think we need to be at about $8,000.
Yeah, because I want leadership also.
Is everyone comfortable with the $8,000 figure?
That's still a net savings, and we've taken 5,500 out of last year, add 1,000, so that's still $4,000 less than we would have spent over that 2-year period per person.
We can keep mine at 16 because I don't go beyond my budget. So.
Is that gonna be enough for US Conference of Mayors? Because I know you hadn't gone in the last couple of years.
I don't think so, Ms. Smith.
I don't know what it costs.
I would suggest we
Might
go
depend
back
on
and
where
look.
It might depend on where it's being held.
It's just the registration is expensive for US Conference of Mayors.
It's
typical.
always in Washington.
Yeah.
I don't go to they have 2 a year, I only go to one.
You don't
So
go
the
to one
one-
in Texas?
Yeah, the one in Austin, I don't go to the off-year one, I mean, the mid-year, I just go to the beginning of the year. So,
That one's always in Washington.
yes, that one's in January, it's always in Washington, and then
Yes.
June or July, it goes all around the country. So this past year was in Austin, Texas, so it's coming year, but I'm not going to that.
Mayor, we'll just look at, Mayor, the year that you did go to US Conference, just to make certain, you were within the 18,000, to make certain it's covered, before we, just keep it at the 16.
Marcia, just as a matter of perception, I would hate for us to cut it back and then have to come back to a budget amendment to increase our budget mid-year, and it may appear that we are doing more than we really needed to do. In other words, I guess the old saying, I'd rather need it and not have it than want it or need it and not be able to get it.
That's right.
I just don't know how the perception is late in the fiscal year to start adding to a budget for us. I don't know, have we ever done that?
No, I'm suggesting what we do right now is we're programming in that we start off with $8,000
Yeah.
for your upcoming budget year.
And that would really cover 2 years.
At
2
least
years
2
of
annual
cost.
conventions.
Okay.
And then after that,
Then we can
go
get
back
back to normal.
because we won't have this anomaly of August and then June in the same fiscal year.
Correct.
Probably.
Yeah.
That works for me. Yeah, well, let's hope so.
That's good.
So for the current fiscal year, we will amend the budget to just cover registration for the upcoming annual convention. And then for the budget year that we're planning for, we'll basically take that figure to $8,000 for everyone. And for Mayor Robinson, we will just verify whether or not her numbers are adequate to stay at 16, or should it go back to the 18?
Marcia, not to throw a kink in things.
No, sir.
But I did take an online training with Carl Vincent earlier, so just make sure.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't, yeah.
Cut that.
Surely.
And have me go over budget.
You be in the music.
Confiscate that knowledge in your head.
Yeah.
So take your record down to like 1,500.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be able to text you.
Yeah, yeah, we'll put this, so we'll show that on the next budget amendment, so when you see your training budgets decrease, it'll just reflect what's needed to cover the registration.
And then we'll add every raise by 8,000 per year.
Yeah, and then verify the
Years,
wages.
yeah.
All right. Other questions on the legislative budget and training? All right, we just have some recap items to go over, and be honest, we should be probably done by 3. I know we have a 4 o'clock special call meeting, but once we're done with the recap items, of course, we're open for any questions, follow-up that you all want to present to us. And mainly these recap items are on big items. Which one you want to start on? Yeah, so we're starting with multiple grant fund.
Where are we? What page?
Last page of the document.
Last page of the document.
Should be last page. And we'll skip over the first 2 grants. Those were discussed yesterday during public safety. However, we'll go and discuss the 2020, 2021, and 2022 LMIGs. They're the local maintenance and improvement grants through the Georgia Department of Transportation. Now, as I mentioned earlier in SPLOST, we are kind of carrying some additional costs outside of just our normal 30% obligation for LMIG. So for 2020, we were awarded $364,883, and there's a minimum match requirement of $109,465. And then in 2021, we were awarded $312,164 with a 30% award match of $93,649. Now for 2022, I'm taking an estimate based on Greg Roberts' advice. We have not yet been awarded that. We usually find out in June or July. So once we do have those actuals, we make a budget amendment in the next fiscal year for that. But for that sake, we've assumed that it'll be about 300,000 with a 90,000 match requirement. And all that will be recorded in our multiple grant fund for the award piece and the match piece. And then the actual anything above and beyond will be done through SPLOST. And that's primarily because there is a limit on us transferring monies out of SPLOST. You have to record all those expenditures in the SPLOST fund. So that's where we're keeping that. I do have the list of roads and streets provided by Mr. Roberts regarding the LMIGs for 2020 and 2021. I believe he's wanting to go out to bid on those here shortly, but we do have that list.
He texted me that they're doing borings. So right now and testing, so he can pull together the bid packet. So typically these are put out for construction this summer.
Did we?
We don't have that page.
No.
Get bigger for you.
Thank you.
We had some extra time, so we probably, want to.
Okay, and as you'll see at the bottom of this table below the streets, this one is the 2020 LMIG, and there's a minimum total for that is going to be 474,000. However, the excess of that, because of the list of streets that Greg provided, it's going to be about 789,000. So 474,000 of that is going to be through the multiple grant fund, and then the remainder will be through SPLOST proceeds. And then for the 2021 LMIG, similar situation. We received an estimate for the list of roads that Greg provided is going to be 847,000. So 405,000 of that will be through the multiple grant fund, and then the remainder will be through SPLOST, rolled up into the SPLOST. And from my understanding is Greg would like to bid those out together. As he's explained in the past, it's sometimes easier to get a better work when it's combined as one package, because the more value, the better it is. As well as mobilization costs and related things are a little bit lower because they're going to be out there all at once doing a single package rather than small projects kind of broken up over multiple years.
So all of these streets are currently under analysis for boring. So basically when Greg puts the bid package together, he can provide the condition of the streets. So as Shane mentioned, these will be bid out this spring or later this spring with construction to start this summer. So you're talking, what is that, about 1.2 million for bid package together?
Yes, ma'am.
About 1.2 million, which makes for a more competitive bid for a large contractor.
Rose Avenue, that's from.
And we can email you both lists so you can have them together.
From Rose to.
I'm selling the light. Is that from the light to sort of Walmart or from the light to?
Yeah.
From Selma Drive to Rose Avenue.
No, it's Selman from Rose to.
I can't see any of that, so if I need to know. any-
We will email these to you, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just hear everybody reading it.
You can't see
I ought to
that?
be like, Nicole doesn't care to look at it.
You can't see that?
I mean, I can take a guess at some of it.
I got a question for
He said he could be here in 10 minutes.
Now I can see it.
Good job, Jackie.
Now the test is to get the other one.
Now, if I go up a page, it'll be the same thing, but I'll make it work. And this one right here is for the 2021 LMIG, and then the page before is going to be for 2020. And we'll be more than happy to send that out to y'all.
So you can remember, and because you all approved these earlier last year.
They all gonna, you said they're all gonna be bid at the same time, which means they're all gonna get paid sequentially.
That's right.
Great catch, you can get, and I think he's right, you can get a better deal, since the company only has to mobilize one.
Yeah.
It's the street.
Oh, no.
The street.
Well, what it is that it's not worth it to come out for $50,000 to pay the road. It's the amount. Yeah, it's the amount of bid. Any questions on LMIG? All right, so another that is not included in your package will go to.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna go to Town Green, just to remind you, because this will be coming up soon. So we've mentioned a couple times through this process, how we will bid things, what it will look like, when construction will start. This is some information that we've gotten from CPS. Of course, you've already seen that we've gotten 50% construction documents this past February. Marcus presented to you yesterday that as of June, we should get 100% documents completed. We'll be meeting with CPS over the next couple of weeks for the process for bidding. There's several options that we can take right now. Lynn, a Woodward staff attorney, is meeting with Marcus and CPS to try to determine from a legal perspective what's in our best option. One of the things we don't want to do is just to go with the lowest bidder. So it could be construction manager at risk, a variety of ways that we can do it, but we will be coming back to you to make a recommendation on how we want to bid out the construction. Of course, these are some target dates that we're working on. That list this week, I actually think that's going to be next month when they're saying that the documents are complete. And as of now, when you look at that total program budget, 18.4 million, some of these funds are already expended. When Shane went over your SPLOST budget, he showed you some of the items that we're currently paying out of SPLOST. Also, you look at money that you spent to purchase the jail, to demo the jail. You look at that almost $7 million that you've already spent. Of course, we're looking at working on a deal with a private developer that hopefully we can recoup some of those costs back through a land purchase deal. He's shown you what we have remaining in SPLOST, what we have as far as a reserve. And of course, prior to COVID, we thought we would be able to pull a significant amount of the funding from this project from our general fund reserve, but that is no longer available to us based on the numbers that are being presented. So as of right now, we estimate that our bond funding is going to be at about $15 million. Interest.
Include the money from the sale of the bridge.
No, sir, it does not.
Does it include the money from the sale of the property if this deal flies?
It does not.
Okay, so can you go back up, Shane, to that first area? What is owner purchased equipment?
Oh, that is things like the screen that are LCD digitized screen that Councilman Davis recommended to put for advertising. That's several other pieces of equipment that go in the bridge.
Yeah, also, the AV, so as she said, some items that Councilman Davis, but the AV, mainly AV materials. So purchasing of speakers, purchasing of projector.
The gantry was included there too, wasn't it? Gantry, I think, gantry equipment was included, I think, as part of
Yes,
something
and
you
so-
can hang stuff from.
Yes.
But those are, if we go in that direction or make that decision, or those decisions are.
Well, they're in the budget as of right now. Now, we haven't adopted the budget, but this is what we're working on. So this is why we're showing you this.
So we could theoretically value engineer if we needed to take something like that out. I'm not saying that we need to.
That's correct.
Those are not things that we decided, but things that have been asked for.
Right.
And so the jail real estate, the old jail demo and the permits, that's basically our cost thus far in real estate, correct?
That is correct.
So that's technically subtracted from that 18.
$1 million.
That's maybe just in the 15.
Okay, that's bottom, yeah,
And part of that owner purchase equipment, myself, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Post, we have worked with RCS, who is our current vendor to host concerts on the plaza. They will be doing concerts down at Town Green. So we worked with them and we talked to them about when we went to Swanee, Woodstock, and we said we kind of want a similar amphitheater, similar acoustics and sound. So we did work with them and they put together a list of, you know, if we just want a plug and play system or if we wanted a system that was, you know, a little bit more larger so we could have those regional concerts. So staff did work with RCS to pull that in. And from there, the firms and everyone, we just said it's easier and less expensive for the city to purchase those products on our own.
Yeah, and we don't wanna have to go back. It's a whole lot cheaper to do some things at the front end than it is at the back end.
And so one of the things we'll do in the budget adoption process, particularly when it comes to owner purchase equipment and things that you all may want to make, have a decision about value engineering or not, is to have those things itemized out. Of course, the engineering services, for instance, are, they are what they are, but definitely owner purchased equipment, we can itemize those things out so you can see exactly what's entailed in that 1.1 million. But we did not include any cost for anything that we may get from a land sale, mainly because that is unknown. That's not a deal that we have on the table signed as of right now. I don't necessarily know if, and don't feel as if when we get ready to bond this out, that we will have that cash on hand. So I think in a sense, it will help to retire the debt earlier if that's what you choose to do, but it won't be something we'll have on hand when we get ready to start this process.
I like not factoring that in. If we don't have it.
Right.
So basically, you're saying we'll be going out to bond this project before we would have closed on the property?
I would say so, based on what you talked to Mr. Mungin about, him saying that 60, 90-day window and them having the option to extend that based on their analysis and due diligence. If we're, bonding out July, August, either we'll be right up against that timeframe or earlier.
Well, it'd be nice to have that to take care of contingencies and reimburse ourselves for some of those other funds, some of those other money spent.
I'm wondering, if some of this, there's also some expenses I would thought have already been paid, like the testing and surveying.
They are, this is just a budget.
Okay, so I'm looking, because he says expenditures to date, I would assume that would have been down under that category rather than up in, or at least it should be included there, along with like the architectural engineering fees. Most of those should have been paid by now, I would assume as well.
Yeah, when was this dated, Shane? Because this is from CPS.
March 31st.
Yeah, it's dated March 31st, so he may have not updated that based on our numbers.
And then what's included under jail real estate, old jail demo and permits? Was that the cost for the land itself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the demo, and the permit.
And that's all been, okay, we have 850 for the purchase, per case, or whatever that is.
Did we ever have, we didn't have to do grades.
No, we had to do some monitoring, and identifying, but we didn't have to move it. Yeah. So, as of right now, again, 15 million is what we're looking at. If that number changes, you will see that when we present the budget to you, for adoption. Shane's pulling up the schedule. So this is what CPS currently has for a schedule for construction to begin in FY '22. They're looking at construction starting in July. Rather than that being mid-July, I'm thinking that's more like late July, early August, based on where we are. But if you look at the target, where we are as far as construction documents and drawings being presented to City Council, we've already met that target as far as the concepts. We typically don't present full construction plans to you all. What we do is come in and let you all know that construction documents are done. And in that process is where we present to you the RFP for approval to basically say we're going out to bid.
So we could theoretically, in 27 months, if this deal flies, we could be occupying residences there.
100%.
Marcia, was there any factoring in the potential as costs of materials goes up? Is that factored in to the total amount that we're getting today?
CPS does cost escalation analysis.
Okay.
They do add that in.
It wasn't there contingency in there, also pretty good chunk for contingency.
It was.
2.5 million.
Yeah, and to remind you all, we try to be above 15% in contingency regardless of what the manager says to us. 20% is where we're more comfortable. But we definitely try to be 15 or more. Here's the current layout. Of course, one of the big hurdles that we have to tackle that community development and legal is currently working on, we need legal descriptions in order to sell a property. So we have to get in and subdivide these properties as well as go through the zoning process. So you all will see that coming up within the next couple of weeks as well. So as we negotiate that land deal with Mill Creek, we'll be carving out this piece that's just for us for park purposes. There is a ring road, as you see, and parking along the area. One of the things that we talked about, if we needed to in order to help the budget, is the reason why we were really not moving on that transportation money. Is at one point we were looking at possibly having to utilize the transportation money when we were looking at general fund. Now you potentially also have the option of using your own TAD funds in order to do that. Now Mill Creek is part of their initial conversation with you are looking at helping to do that in a private way. But the covenants that was talked about with Gary Mungin, all those things about sound, because you will have residents who are there, parking, all of those things will have to be negotiated in a development agreement as far as how the city plans on utilizing the amphitheater and being good neighbors to who might be your new residents in downtown.
The advantage is that, anybody who's gonna move there moves in knowing there's an amphitheater next door. They can't say, hey, where did this come from?
They can't say it, Mayor Pro Tem, you don't think they'll say it?
Silly me.
And again, your concepts, and just to remind you about the bridge project, yes, we do own the bridge. And included in that $15 million is construction and renovation of the bridge. The bridge includes a tower that will service a restroom area, also service a public safety area for your police department. It will also include a elevator that goes to a rooftop deck that's connected to the bridge that will be meeting space, banquet space, that will have a warming type kitchen. Your tourism, convention and visitors bureau department will look to manage that space like they do the conference center. We're looking at a group of, or I should say a select group of caterers to be able to provide that service in that facility. And I think the bridge can hold 200 people.
I'm unsure of the exact, but it is pretty large.
It's
The bridge
large.
space is a very large space.
Yeah.
200 sounds like.
Yeah.
I just hope we get to keep it. I just hope they don't.
Maybe they come in the middle of the night and take it.
Terry was hoping to be done before the election, so he could host
Election party over
Terry.
there. Maybe in his, I guess there'll be your fourth term, if you're coming back, maybe it'll be available for that for you to campaign. Again, just more renderings that we have. There's signage that goes up. As I mentioned to you, we did get the $150,000 check from Greystone. Chelsea's working with those folks to make certain that we get the symbol for Greystone, as they are marquee sponsors.
Who's doing the design of the signage for that? Is Greystone doing it themselves? or-
Between TSW and Mr. Post, Greystone, they're really hands off. They gave us their logo and they said, do as you please. So between TSW and Mr. Post, they'll begin doing that signage. I think by the end of the year, they'll begin designing it, but we will send it to Greystone for final approval.
Will it come through us though to get the final sign off on it? I mean,
We will get, like I said, it'll go to Greystone, but you all will review it as well.
So at least we can say, if it's like ridiculously large or something, I mean.
Yes, it'll be able to see it.
Are our neighbors at the county aware that the bridge is not for sale?
I believe Madam Mayor spoke to the chair.
Okay. I only got one, but I did receive an email from a resident out in the county asking about it because they were a little concerned.
But they were confused maybe by their leaders.
Maybe just a little, yeah.
Yes, Madam, I talked to Madam Chair, last week. I sent her over the contract and they looked it up, the new county administrator, and she sent an email to the commissioners to let them know.
Really?
I know a bridge in Brooklyn we could sell.
Yeah.
If they really, really want a bridge back badly.
Have you had any conversation, Mayor, with the chair concerning some sort of reply as far as an article in the paper that might correct the issue? Has there been any conversation about that?
I can speak with her about.
I'm just curious.
We did have an initial conversation about that. I have WSA again tonight, so I'll speak with her. But she could write it or have the communications director, but she recommended that, you know, the commissioners who made their initial motion would rescind their motion, but she has not gotten a response.
Well, it just seemed to me that as we go forward with this, if you have the confusion in the community as to who owns it, and we continue to go forward with it all over our plan, spending money,
But
then
wait,
we
wait,
may look
because
to
then
be
there's
something
another
less
motion there to
responsible.
purchase it.
Do what now?
So, I mean, so there's a lot of mixed information out there.
Okay. So city manager has Miss Chelsea actually got the contract for me. The city manager can send everyone just the front page of it. It has highlighted in yellow highlight Sky Bridge, you know, all of that we own, so that you'll have that information for the public. And I will speak with her tonight to see if we can just have something from communications department, Mr. Rick Martin, do a statement or something in conjunction with Mr. Host.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
clear up the confusion.
Chelsea's gonna send that over to you all right now. It's in the section noted Sky Bridge. It's noted in the contract. And just to finalize things on the town green, we're at the last 2 bullet points, developing the RFP recommendations and the bidding process. So that's where we are. And to add to that, while we're looking at Raymond James, now that we know that you all want to move forward with potential GO bond for Jesse Davis in November, we'll have Raymond James come before you in June to just kind of reiterate what that process looks like. He'll also can talk to you all about the process for the town green, so that you all can prepare yourself for both of those steps. And we do have an update on the golf carts from yesterday, and then Karen's gonna wrap things up by telling you what next steps are in the budget process. Unless there are any questions.
Yesterday, the question was, is it gonna cost us to break the lease for the golf carts? When Travis was presenting, and we got an answer from Chris Cartwright, I guess he's done with his tournament. And he said, no, there's gonna be no cost to break the lease.
Any questions on that? All right, so those are what we presented for the last 2 days, are our recommendations. We'll take back all of the changes from these last 2 days to put in. But Karen will talk about legal steps and processes that we have to go through to get the budget approved.
So I'll make those changes that we talked about to the travel. I think that was one of the changes. And then we went back and researched that budget for water, and that was a typo. So we are gonna decrease that. It's about $10,000 a year for Conference Center Authority. So those are gonna be the 2 changes to the budget. And our public hearing will be May 13th at 5:30 PM. And then our final adoption will be June 3rd, 2021.
May 13th at 5:30.
Yes, sir.
On that day, we do have, I think, 1 or 2 committee items, but they're quick items. So we will wrap committee up quickly so you can go straight into that meeting at 5:30.
And June 3rd, and the same as the meeting.
Yeah, and June 3rd is also on a meeting date as well, so you're not having to come up on an extra date. And that is all we have for you all. 2:51. For those who are staying for the special call meeting, that starts at 4 PM. But we're here to answer any additional questions you all have. One question that Aaron Sarowitz had, Mayor Pro Tem was requesting a trip to visit some breweries. I've only gotten back 1 response. Well, I got like a couple responses, but 1 affirmative. If there are gonna be more that want to attend, if you can please notify Kristen before you leave, so we can schedule that. He is saying they're going to.
Printers, in Carrollton, Printers Town Brewery in Carrollton.
Okay, all right.
Do you have a date or not? You have a date?
That would be what I would need to get from your availability.
The idea was just so we could see something local, since we put that on a list of ideas that we want to see in our downtown at some point. Might be a good idea for council members to see. Nobody's being required to drink anything, just.
How many breweries do they have?
Two breweries are there, or just Printers are there?
I know French's Ale, I feel like the other one's in the other.
Oh, there's one, the Hickstown's in there.
So if you all would just let, Ms. Kristen know so she can get dates, and Aaron will be the spearhead on that, for that trip. And Chelsea sending you all over the lease, and I think that was everything that we had to follow up on.
Did, was it already said, and I just didn't hear it, are we having a transportation meeting in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, that is all, or Mr. Committee Chair, Mayor, that is all staff has for this meeting.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments concerning any item the last 2 days? Thank you all for your attendance. Staff, thank you all for all the hard work. Thank you all the department heads, everyone that's had a part in it. I think it's been a very informative time. I appreciate you all streamlining it for us. That's all we have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. We have any other business to come before committee tonight? I mean, the budget hearings. Not seeing any, then this meeting is adjourned. You're on transportation, it starts at